the ultimate challenge and secure semi-final Saturday here in Cologne. The major playoffs continue.
And I think it's quite staggering because G2, they're by no means a small fish, but in this side of the bracket, they're a heavyweight among titans. They are the underdog for this entire run, every game they play. Meanwhile, Spirit, they're coming off the back of an undefeated event out in Astana. Didn't drop a series the whole time to get through to the playoffs. There is no doubting the form that Spirit are coming into this quarterfinal with today.
Yeah, 12 series win streak, 3 maps lost, 23 maps won. Dominance doesn't quite encapsulate it. And so this side of the bracket, it's all to play for Team Spirit. Pocket pick of G2, trying to catch them off guard, come in with Overpass, the one map they've managed to beat them on this year. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve.
B-Pop to try and get things going. Heavy God leading the charge. Got the rest of the team in behind them. And right into Dust2, he's dead right away. That always alleviates a lot of pressure, but Spirit is more than just one man. G2 getting chewed up. And that leaves Mattis all alone. 1 versus 3 as Spirit make moves around him. He deals with the first, that's convincing. But gotta be perfect on the next 2. Spirit give him a little bit of room. Is this where the uncertainty creeps in, or can Mattis piece it together? Both fights right there in front of him. Magic's with the swing, Mattis onto something, finally dealt with! Sigh of relief for Spirit as they shut Mattis out of that 1v3 in the pistol.
Clutch coming through for Shiro, no surprise to start this series. Pistols have been shaky at the Cologne Major for both these squads. Spirit absolutely needed that one to stop the steamroll of G2, who had to come in confident if they want to win this game. This is such a one-sided matchup as the desk have set up. And so G2, absolutely everybody needs to play at their peak in order to win this game today on the big stage. A G2 who haven't beat Spirit in 9 months, who haven't beat them since they peaked at London. Have to see if we can get that level from them today. If not, then this will just be a footnote in the Spirit story. What's up for G2?
Yeah, it can always feel a little rough, right? T-side, you really benefit from a pistol round win. So G2 come through with a force. Hoping to try and collect these rounds early in their T-side campaign. And once again, it's eyes set down here towards B. 3 players strong, a 4-team Spirit. Rotate starting to happen. You've just got to stop these pistols from spilling through. Heavy God with an entry. Magic's backing up. That leaves Tanir alone. G2 nearly a clean sweep on this B play, but in come Donk and Shiro. Can they turn the tide?
These are the 2 that you wait for. Team Spirit waiting for something from G2, given nothing in this post-part. Some pious jiggling is the first fight. Shiro swings out, nice D connects. And so pistols coming through for G2, unless Donk can do what Donk does best, but this is a clutch, this is unfamiliar territory. Donk fakes the run away, gets a clean headshot, but this clock ticks against him, so G2 pick up their force buy. Not what Spirit were expecting to deal with off of a clean pistol round with no plants.
Terrorists win.
G2 already throw a spanner in the works. These are the kind of plays that are going to have to work for G2 on this T side. These B-pops, we're already seeing a lot of set util coming in from G2 in these first couple of rounds, trying to catch Spirit off guard. You know Donk and Shiro play that top site. So tell me where you want to go. Donk's M4 gives intrigue to this round still, starting 4B. Donk is armed, Donk is dangerous. So G2 slow and steady in middle, clearing every single position they can. Meanwhile, Spirit throw a gamble into this round.
And it's quite the gamble, isn't it? G2 game plan has been all about this B site to get going. As you say, likely just trying to put a bit of doubt in the minds of these two stars, Donk and Shiro, on the other end of the map. And they're almost hoping that conditioning's worked. It hasn't. Spirit trying to stay ahead of this. They've left B entirely open. This is just a bit of a ruse. Nerds being very loud out towards the long side. Bomb going back. And so G2 just might move into an empty B site.
Yeah, they've got them right where they want them here. Spirit will have to double save. Unless they make hasty rotations, but they don't know just yet. G2 still keeping up appearances. Finally, Util starts to fly into this B site. It's time for Spirit to call their bluff or not. And no info on this top site. Donk begins to rotate. Shiro as well with that scout, but G2 are already in B.
So might they still want to fight for this? Donk getting set up down towards CT. It's that rifle on the line first. Heaven's now open for Shiro. He's peeking through with this scout, and there's that opener. Magic's with one on the backstab.
It's on.
This is going to bring Spirit in for the retake. G2 feeling a little nervous. This was supposed to be a free round. Cover there from the Tanir Deagle, and now that net starting to close on this B site.
Gotta go.
No, it's quick response, and this backstab for some pious nets another. Still job not done. Donk's closing in. Nerds is gonna deal with him. And G2 able to stop that retake in its tracks.
Maybe Nerds is the reason we get this map in the pool today. It's been a struggling map for G2 when you look at last year, but since adding Nerds, they're 8-2 on Overpass. This has been their go-to since the removal of Maubs. Big firepower round out of Nerds, who has been hit or missed this major. Nothing in the middle, top or bottom, it feels like for this player. But he holds it together, shutting down Donk on that B site and putting G2 right where they need to be. And echoing Team Spirit, an early lead on the T side of Overpass. Things are going well for G2.
Now for G2 across their major run, but even leading into this, the kind of goal for the team seems to be centered around calm. Everyone trying to be on the same page, never getting too swept up in the occasion. Well, it's something Heavy God even spoke about months ago now, last year even, when they were able to win out in London over Vitality. Talked about how, this team is at their best when everyone's communicating well, when they're calm. They're believing in each other, and I think you've seen that instilled across the entire major run from this squad. Never ones to celebrate too early. And I think at times it's helped give them a lot of resilience in these games.
Yeah, they showed that resilience to get to the playoffs, taking down Na'Vi. It was quite a lengthy matchup in overtimes with double-digit maps. G2, their reward for that is getting this side of the bracket. But right now, they're looking up for the job. Throwing a threat the way of Team Spirit. We wait for the guns, but until that point, Spirit just going to flood this site with pistols, try and take some kills out of this round.
All right, they're letting Heavy God warm into this with a couple of pot shots downrange. No damage found from these pistols. So a clean sweep for G2.
Isn't this almost just best case scenario, right? Losing the pistol, but then picking up the force buy just puts G2 in such a powerful economic position on the T side of Overpass, considering the fact that Spirit got baited into going for that retake and a 5v3 that G2 then win. So Spirit lose everything. Only now do they get their first AWP and full rifle round of this map. So G2 know it's uphill from here. Said everyone needs to peak for G2 if they were to win this game. And so as some Pius pulls his AWP out, let's see how he's feeling today. Shiro certainly ain't coming in slow. Full blind on that shot. And Donk moves in.
First appearance of that Shiro AWP, and it instantly leaves a mark. 5v4. And Magic's even aggressive down here on long, while the rest of his team slink back towards the bomb site. Magic's trying to get more value out of this. It's a clash of the captains, and Hunter comes out ahead. Still victories fleeting here for G2. They lost a man in the downtime. Heavy got dead out towards Monster.
He's walked right past Mattis.
Might be able to come back and get this trade. I just don't know if you expect Zontix to have followed through with all this aggression.
It's a weird position. The bomb goes back through T-spawn to help out with Mattis. It's going to be cut down completely, but G2 might just use him as a lug, as a fake on this B bomb site. They're throwing nades on top. Don gets headshots. Zontix turns around and he clears out Mattis. The plan is clear now by G2. Nades thrown on this A site. They have to move in.
Shiro's AWP hard to deal with, and holds a convincing line. Not deterred by this Molotov, he still has room to work with. Tanier even arriving on rotation. A long, slow backstab for Zontix. Again, there's this net tightening around the A play. So G2 have to keep their wits about them. Bomb planted. No shot connects on the spam. Hunter gonna plug in these numbers. It's the backstab that could throw everything through a loop. G2 almost looking over their shoulder in this post plant. Zontix brings the trap. Hunter's gonna get his, but as he re-peeks out, that Shiro AWP right there and ready to deal with him. Left to Sampaius now in the clutch. Knows where both players are, but does that make this any easier to deal with? Time ticking away. He can't sustain even a point of damage. Eventually, someone's got to get on this bomb. That nade falls a little too short. One kill from Sampaius could still save this round. Out with the swing. He's just off the mark. Spirit steal it away, and Sampaius left cowering as that one falls in Spirit's favor.
What a calm 2v1 there for Sampaius. Never calls the bluff on the tap, or rather does call the bluff, doesn't believe anything that Spirit throw his way. He even lets him cross back into the bomb site, and that is his undoing. Zontix on low health. Could have been felled. But Sampaius just falling short of this one. It's Team Spirit getting back on the board without Donk. Heroic play for Zontix there. That monster spam to find Heavy God and then pushing all the way through on the flank. Nice to see him not come in cold, coming in very confident. And, you know, if you find Heavy God outside this B site, you know what to expect. He is a sole lurker down on this side of the map. 9 times out of 10, he is on his own, but not today. Flash through the monster pipe. Shiro found, AWP dropped, and Heavy got a massive opening kill. G2 can sit back and relax now. That A side just got easier.
Donk playing an aggressive position out here towards the toilets. For the time being, G2 have walked right past him. You hope this has been made clear, but no one looks aware of it. Donk handed a double. A disaster for G2. That opener. The 5v4 matters not. Donk brings Spirit back into this round, and now his teammates arrive on rotation. Magic's on that AWP. Eclipses Sampaius in that head-to-head and leaves G2 with this. 2 players back at the toilets, 30 seconds to work with. Limited util to try and get this job done. The one Molotov meant to make life a little harder for Magix has pushed him out into the open. Heavy God wasn't able to finish. Has to do it at the second time of asking. He nails it still. They've lost the bomb. Heavy God now finds himself scrapping for kills. Time running low for Heavy God, but they're giving him the fight! And that is a grave error! One that Heavy God is quick to capitalize on. Starts the round with that opening at B and ends it with a clutch on the top site.
Oh, that is shocking. Spirit had everything going for them. They had the time in their favor. Less than 15 seconds on the clock. Bomb dropped on short. Heavy God, he expects the fights. Spirit swing right in. And that is 4 kills in the round for Heavy God to keep G2 above water. That is a forehead slap of a round for Spirit. Big mistake in the 2v1.
Just massive implications too, right? Money now called into question for Team Spirit. They scrape together a bye, but it's a round they feel silly to have ever given away.
And these T-side rounds on Overpass are hard to come by. Spirit know that as well. So can't let G2 get going in this game. Donk aggressive ahead of the util. He's got a teammate by his side. Even if he pays the price, they find a 3 for 4. Spirit in advantage. Quick reset through the safety of B. And Nerds might just have to mash W, but get up in their grill.
You know, we talk about nameplate Counter-Strike. This is a good example of that, right? You see Donk fighting in the connector. You know that's kind of the guy responsible for this top site. And so Nerds is quick to try and get activated here. Aware he has a bit more of a timing. He's getting great space out towards long, but he needs that opening. Without it, G2 in hot water. Whoa. And as Shiro remains elusive, Nerds just can't get a beat on him. He's bought more than enough time for teammates to rotate up, and they might not even be required. Shiro, one-man army. And it's left in Heavy God's hands all over again. 1v2 in the last, but this is a damn sight harder. 30 seconds to work with. Spot there from the bank player, and now all of Spirit looking his way. Dead as he rounds the corner. It's Shiro's turn to play the hero in this round.
What a time to show up for Shiro, AWP or not. He does it with the rifles, side by side with Donk for the trade. Back up A and in the open on low health. Shiro shutting it out with a 4K of his own. Immediately answers the problem presented by Heavy God. Spirit just trading rounds now, back and forth, forces G2 to buy again. And it is a suboptimal buy at best. Oh, faking. They don't have connector. Playing ahead of that Molotov. Sampires puts it behind him, and G2 get closer and closer on this A site. Spot for Shiro is something. Donk activates.
Only good for his double. Again, it might fall to Shiro on this rifle to have to be a difference maker.
Oh, no.
Oh man! Shiro is more than up for the job.
Get this guy off the AWP.
How many impossible clutches is Heavy God gonna get left in? Shiro showing up and meaning business to start this quarterfinal. Left an impression the moment he bought the AWP out, finding advantages from the moment it appeared. But it's the rifle where he's done his best work thus far.
Yeah, and you know Shiro, he calls a lot of his own shots. He's a very vocal player. He's gonna be calling setups probably between him and Donk in a lot of these rounds. So great to see him feeling it off the top of the game. Gonna make things a lot easier on this A side. Will G2 just start going back towards these B hits, I wonder? Calls out a spawn, more execute heavy, because he slow walks towards the toilets, with the exception of that Heavy God clutch, have fallen in vain for G2. For now, just the Deagle, hot potato for Nerds, handing it over, but Spirit again giving nothing. Just a lot of jump spotting. Third player even coming back up. Shiro in the toilets.
You were hoping this attention down towards B to start the game was going to make Spirit hesitant about these rotations. I think you're learning that that's not happened. That's not been the case. Every time you've looked for this A play, it feels like you're going into a bit of a stack. Even now, Magix was in the right place. It looked like he was going to begin his rotation, but something's called him back.
We even have a fourth player coming over. Spirit know this is happening now. G2 just have to start running in with Glocks. Should just be a killing field here in the bathrooms. Donk and Shiro combining for as many as they can, and that will do nicely. Flawless round for Team Spirit to keep their heads above water on this must-win CT side. I mentioned Overpass being the map G2 managed to beat them on. It came off the back of a 9-round CT side. Showing how difficult this offensive half can be, even for a team like Team Spirit. So G2 have already done well, but can they do better? This next rifle round decides everything.
A return back to this B side. This was how this whole game started with these B plays. Heavy God Entry found. Nerds and Mattis in with the follow-up. They go back to B. Back to that early game plan, and they get immediate results.
Just a mind-blowing execute, because it's not even really an execute. G2 aren't throwing high flashes, they're not smoking heaven. They just walk out Monster after the Molotov fades, and G2 with multiple entries. You've got Spirit looking at the ground to avoid flashbangs. G2 completely catch them off guard with that call. And so all this success really coming off of the B sides, avoiding those two top performers of Team Spirit. And now the mind games begin with a couple rounds left in this half. Would they possibly do it again?
Terrorists win.
Team Spirit have to ask themselves that question. G2 looking pretty relentless in this half, not really utilizing the AWP, no need.
We heard from Magix at the end of that 9Z game that the one to get them here into the playoffs, how that was the most stressful game he felt like he'd ever played. It was a real test of him as a captain. Feels like it could be one of the series that kind of makes or breaks his immediate future in that position. But there was a lot of resilience on display from Team Spirit, being able to pull themselves back into that game. Meanwhile, for G2, this is a Hunter who's nearly a year to the day into the comfort of being a captain. And so who kind of has the edge in these mind games? Does Magix doubt his read? Does Hunter try and make it too convoluted? That's the question. Bomb still floating around outside of B.
I like this round starter, and Spirit are falling for it. G2 just doing mid control, but you know where this one's ending up. Just look at some Pius. So G2 can't afford to lose too many players on this early assault. It's Tanir's position that's surprising. Catching Mattis on that bait. No way he gets a double. And now Spirit should know what's up. Magix moves down. The map goes quiet. G2 get closer.
Util in, and that signals the go. Heavy guard at the front of the pack. Has Hunter ready to explode out through short at a moment's notice. The full rotate of Spirit arriving. Orb reinforces the back line. Some Pius iced out. Spirit pieced that one together.
Super well played for Zontix there. We've seen him in anti-flash positions many times. That's G2 trying to bait him to repeat off of the first flash. Double flash goes in. That's when Heavy God plays, and that's when Zontix swings out from safety. Easily cuts down that first player. No way G2 can break in. And so they've tried surprising contact plays into B, but a more telegraphed attempt. Spirit shut it down with ease and look to win the half in this final round. G2 at least have what they need to fight back.
Saw has been very conservative with these timeouts, calling in his first one at round 12. Literally, as this first half is about to be over. Saving them for later when G2 get onto the favored side, still expecting a fight out of Team Spirit. And with no coach here, the Spirit squad have not been using these timeouts. So you're not going to get any for free. I think a part of that comes from the fact that G2 already have a pretty sound scoreline in this T-half. Yeah, you would love to sweeten the deal going into your CT side with a split game.
Things have gone very well for G2 in this game, and Hunter has called some great rounds as well. Throw in a Heavy God clutch, and suddenly G2 are in a fantastic position on this half, but this would really sweeten the deal. Shiro inside the Molotov has to retreat. Heavy God out short, getting pressured by that wallbang. Him and Magix trade blows. A lot more aggressive on the round opener for G2, both in through B and connector. They are not hiding in round number 12. G2 back up top side. Donk, for the moment, no support. Shiro re-smokes Monster, but he has to come in through on long to offer Donk assistance. G2 are right around the corner.
Oh, that's the spot. But to see some Pius. Nerds was the question mark, but it feels like Shiro got a whiff of something. Hangs around for a moment.
Oh, great timing now for G2.
He's closing in. That's overlooked. Long still gets him. And as he goes back, there's a third fight out here on Long. That's no worries for Donk. Couple of taps, Hunter's round is over.
You catch Donk off guard, you get a millisecond. He is too quick to the punch here. And Spirit just can sit back and relax. It's 30 seconds. G2 have one smoke, two flashes to break into this near impossible round. And Donk is in the perfect position to do it.
Oh, you've been able to minimize this guy and his impact up until now. Final round of the half sees Donk get fired up with a triple. And again, it's Heavy God left to his own devices. No time to play, running into a stack. Spirit looking to win out on this half. And Donk sends them there with a triple kill. Will this be the time that gets Donk fired up and well and truly into this game? That is not what G2 wanted with Spirit's T-side right in front of them. And what's an uphill battle for G2? They put together a very solid T-half. It's Overpass. They now move over to the favored side. But promising signs out of Donk and Shiro on that top site give you something to worry about. There is this threat off in the distance. And it's getting ever closer. Top-heavy scoreboard for Team Spirit. For G2, it's been a team effort every step of the way.
Yeah, Spirit can ride off that first half. They can cool it down to a couple of B-pops. They were caught off guard. They lost the entries quick. There were no retakes available, but you've still got to back it up on the hardest half. T-side of Overpass, and Spirit goes straight into the middle. Mentioned the start of the map, both teams struggling with pistols. Took a Spirit clutch on their CT side. Spotted in middle now, charging towards this A site.
So now it's getting called into question. You said for this guy, it's been all or nothing in these games. Right now, you're hoping it's the former, but he's dead after one. Defense getting shut down, rotations arriving. They become aware as Zontix on long and are quick to deal with him, and this heavy gun backstab causing a lot of problems for Team Spirit.
Just getting dragged around the place, in front of you, behind, on the long side, everywhere. Spirit, there is nowhere to go. Util doesn't even matter in that round. G2 just shut it out with some pristine shots. And we're seeing a couple of quiet players here for G2, but they are still keeping up with Team Spirit. That pistol round will go a long way. Spirit do as G2 did, knowing the importance of winning the force buy adds more value than delaying your gun round. It's nothing out of spawn for Team Spirit.
And that's the right call, man. We can see the util for G2 right now. They don't have a lot to take the pace out of this. Once this initial set of smokes has faded, one down towards Monster, they've got another to replenish. Other than that, it's a very light investment on the util.
Donk making noise towards A, leaving nades for Magics. Careful, he's supposed to be throwing this fake, keeping G2 here, but they're up awfully close in toilets. 2 players and connector available to Hunter. This could be a bit of a crunch here from G2. Attis clears the corner, but they're coming around to the other one, chasing him down now in the open. Tinir with another entry. It's Hunter, only good for one, and you can see the writing on the wall. G2 make a heroic gamble down that B bomb site, and it might be the right call.
Even now, even with the gamble being in the right place, nothing is certain. Donk's got himself an M4. Spirit hold the man advantage. They still have a bit of util to work with. That molly makes life harder for Heavy God down here in the pit. Keeps him trapped. Can't stop this bomb plant. It's going to leave G2 on the clock. They would love a kill soon just to relieve some tension here. Bring them back into the retake, but it goes the other way. And it goes that way decisively. Donk there with a follow-up. And some pious heads for the hills. Winning the pistol, feeling like a bit of a curse. Spirit doing a G2. Right back to him what they did in that first half. A force buy round win.
And yeah, no one beats Donk on openers, but we are seeing Tinir take more and more moves on this T side, look for more and more first kills, because so often you're just going to get traded, you're going to get re-swinged. That's exactly what Hunter does, but Tinir puts his life on the line for the entry kill that gets Spirit into that B-bomb site. B short going to be such a point of contention in this game. If we look at Donk on the T side, he is never there. He is never walking into water for Spirit. And so will G2 put onus on that position and try and take ownership of it? It's Mattis who gets caught on a bad timing in this round. But it could still be a way in for G2 if that hasn't scared them off it. Huge force buy victory for Team Spirit. In must-win rounds on this T side, G2 left with the single saved rifle.
And we're going to get to see why Saw saved up all these timeouts in that first half. A T side that went pretty well for G2. He didn't feel the necessity to be involved, and it's let him bank up a couple of extra timeouts here, burning the first one early into the CT campaign.
You said G2 was stable, they were calm, they didn't panic. That's exactly what you need on this CT side of Overpass. It's a comeback for G2, but it is not out of the realms of possibility. classic. Ooh. With that boost comes the push. G2 takes short.
Haven't really had to mention Sunpius all too much yet. Don's the scout in this round. I might just get bypassed entirely, but he's responsible for the whole top site, a task that G2 are becoming increasingly aware is going to get called into question. They've cleared out short. They've got Heavy God in a strong position. Zontix with the clear flushes him out. Still, it hasn't stopped the rotation for G2. They send extra bodies to go and help Sunpius. While Zontix plays his cards. Now opener down towards B, now taking control away out towards short. And the rest of Spirit moving back to join him through the connector.
No, it's good to stop this before they get there. A well-timed peek and kill here on Zontix is everything, but awkward timing. Zontix gets behind cover. Spirit here to assist, throwing everything they've got. Magix is a long way away, and Spirit are charging into this stack. G2 have thrown all their bodies on this bomb site, and they are holding strong. Shiro needs a multi-kill, and he needs it right now. 20 seconds to escape this nightmare, and the bomb loose puts G2 in the winning position. Spirit throw in the towel. And so back and forth we go at the start of this second half.
This now represents a massive opportunity for G2, chance to take the lead. This one are tied up against a formidable buy out of Team Spirit, but if they win it, they're broke, and this late in the game, that's going to leave you riding a real high up towards double digits.
Every time G2 got in this position in their first half, they lost this round. They could never truly break Spirit. So this time must be different. Spirit ever present, 2 players showing face outside this B bomb site, but likely just going to see them leave and grab that bomb. A lot of room still to cover on A. But back they go. Shiro picks up the package and they reset entirely. Sunpius stuck in A, can find that info later. G2 only have 2 players lower.
And even then, Mattis in a position that could get compromised. There's no shying away from these fights on short when you're playing it how he is. So as Tania plays forward, Donkin behind him, these fights that come in the way of Mattis, whether Ela wants it or not. Flick back up, Donk dead. Shadow spotted, Mattis holds down his side of the fort. Heavy God, much the same. And this B side does not crumble. G2 withstand the hit. And now in a position to take the lead on their map pick.
Absolute knockout blow from G2. Huge round to find this clean as they do it. Mattis head-to-head onto Donk for crying out loud from the bottom of the board. Stands tall. Heroic show up from G2 and the perfect flash to add insult to injury. Spirit don't get a chance to shoot back in Monster. It's a real test of Spirit now on the T side of Overpass, a map they absolutely should have foreseen being picked in this series. So it begs the question, how will they solve G2 CT side when the rifles come back out?
This round just serving as a chance to talk things over. For G2 an opportunity to make a bit of money, give themselves as much leverage as possible on this CT side. Make themselves hard to break. And down the stretch, that'll come to matter a hell of a lot. So you just want to get out cleanly here. It's the only demand. Nerds, some Pious have this crossfire, and so no issues up against the Pistols. That clean sweep that G2 was so hungry for, looking to come through.
All right, no longer brittle. RG2 well in the lead, well in control of the economy, and Spirit with nothing shown yet on this T side, just that one forced by victory. And it's been a whirlwind since that point. G2 3 rounds straight in the blink of an eye. And this is one of those times where Spirit would massively benefit from another pair of eyes, a coach behind them, to offer perspective.
I mean, this is also where, you know, Magic's being so fresh to captaincy. Might have always had it in him as a mid-round caller, but having to be the guy coming up with the strategy at this type of a scoreline in the quarterfinal at the Major, competing to defend that one trophy that got Donk emotional in his career. You know, these are the moments that you really have to earn your keep as the captain.
Yeah, it's been going so well. This is the first bump in the road we've seen now for Spirit. Everyone wants to call from the lead, but what do you say now? Slow on this top side. Sontic's doing as Heavy God did, patrolling the extremities. Spirit getting closer, but some Pious AWP in play, and we've been waiting a while for the Spanish AWPer. Des called him a big game player. Well, this is one hell of a big game. A couple of well-placed shots could turn your fortune. Will be required on this top side, but for now, Nerds has got short on lock. Surely that sends Spirit into this AWP.
These B players holding up their side of the bargain, it just is such a comfort for the guys over on A. You're not worried about having to rotate out of position, draw any resources away from this top site. You're able to get comfortable in a two-man hold. Now you've got a third player moved up as well. So layers of defense here for G2. The onus is on Spirit trying to break through them. That's an opening for Donk. Some Pious AWP dead after one. It's Heavy God playing the Joker, this third piece up towards the top site that's got to make a difference. Playing it forward, Heavy God can't stop that bomb plant. Magic's able to put a bit of distance between himself and that bomb. Doesn't want to get bogged down in this fight, tries to take a post plant. You're hearing that timer tick away from you. You never even saw Magic's escape, so that comes as a real surprise. Nerds dead on rotation. Tania still does not give you this fight that you were so desperate for. Waits for that second tap, and that's when he strikes. Tania handles that with real composure.
That is a beautifully played post-part situation for Spirit. Well communicated, everyone doing their job. Magic slipping past, but you can distill that round down to a single shot, a single miss from some Pious. He had to find his first kill to set Hunter up for success. Sure, he makes up for it with one frag onto Donk, but he would have had two AWP shots out in that round, and that could have been 2 kills for G2. A massive miss, an unforced error, no pressure, no flashbang. Some Pious could not hit his easy shots. And so Spirit stay alive in the first map of this quarterfinal. One more till they break the bank.
So while there are usually multiple of these kind of swing rounds in a game where you can look to take the economic edge and look to run away with a couple of rounds, it's as you get later in the game that they become truly map defining. Doesn't get closer than this. 9-9. Money on the edge for both squads. Haven't been jumping the gun in these round starts. Little flash to try and set Zontix up for a peek, but Blocked at Monster, he'll fall back.
I like that. I don't think he ever intended to fully send it. He's trying to cause a bit of chaos there for G2. Clear close Monster, but then more importantly, get the nades out. Does that imply Spirit want to come back to B later in the round? They've done exactly what they want. Only 2 smokes remain in G2's repertoire. No Molotovs to stop a hit. G2 are in the dark.
Nerds is trying to take an angle out towards the toilets, but right now Spirit have walked right past him. Well, this worked to his benefit. Does anyone have the presence of mind to think that he would still be here with only 30 seconds left? Backstab on Shiro. That's certainly going to complicate matters. Nerds is trying to escape, hangs around for a little bit more, and gets rewarded for it. Finally going to get dealt with.
We're on.
But G2 now pulling more players up to defend this top site. Pius waiting back at the bank. They're being given room for a bomb plant. Time running real low. Got to plug in those numbers. No one able to stop this, so it will come down to the retake. Pius has been waiting here to get a shot off. Walks right in at Donk's crosshairs, but he's dead after one. Magic's going to try and battle forward. As the flank closes in behind him, he looks for salvation out towards the bank. And Hunter's prepared to give this space up. Knows that if he doesn't give away this kill, Magix is constantly under pressure. Is that pressure too much for Spirit's captain? Defuse held and he's got no part to play. G2 with a breakthrough round this late in the day.
Unbelievable resilience for G2, and you've got to give the flowers to Hunter in that position. That is experience showing up. He doesn't swing to trade Donk. He lets Donk discount his position entirely. He pulls all the way back as Magix tries to hunt him down and only pushes when his team get on that bomb. He knows exactly how to win that round. Heroic play from Hunter. And a massive double kill from Nerds, who has definitely shown up when G2 need him in this game. We've got multiple major playoff rookies on this G2 squad versus major winners, Cologne defenders. And G2 have a round to the good. Team Spirit's bomb plant keeps them above water. They get a bit more in this buy, but boy, it's not ideal. You lose this, it will hit like a truck. Now they're getting confident. Clearing middle. Taking water, and I think that really has been a factor of this CT side. G2 has so much information, again, on this lower side. Look at Mattis' position. Numerous times we've had him, Heavy God, out in B short. Spirit are none the wiser. It's Zontic's extremely passive on his side of the map. Tanea can certainly punish, but right now he's got another job. It's take this connector control so they can clear it together. Magix just catches Mattis coming through that smoke.
That was the craziest push I've ever seen from Mattis, just running through the con smoke. And it's given away an opening. Giving Spirit an upgrade, a little bit more firepower, and that 5v4 to work with.
This is kind of what I said a couple rounds ago, right? Every time they've had Spirit on the rocks, every time they've been able to break them, they lose the round. And G2, that factor might just continue here. They had another chance. Spirit have upgraded their guns. They are getting closer.
I'm waiting for this guy to find his footing, but as the first shot sails past, will this be deja vu for Pius? Oh! It's that for Nerds. Magix helps him out with a TK.
Uh-oh.
And now that Pius all given another chance. Rotates all arrived. This A site is padded. Spirit go walking into the stack, and they'll get chewed up, spat out by G2.
Full stack, top site shut down. G2 don't panic off of the Mattis death. And Pius, that first shot might be a blank, but you give him a second, he does find Donk again.
And what does stand out for G2 is their composure. They gave away kind of an unforced error, a weird opening pick, but they didn't let it drag them down. You had that Hunter clutch at a critical moment where he won it with experience and smarts. And now with this rather reckless force out of Team Spirit, looking to try and keep themselves in the conversation before G2 hit 12. Has the soft underbelly of this dragon been exposed?
Yeah, and G2 have got their swords out. This is a reckless buy for Spirit, as you say. This is out of nowhere, just continuing to keep investing and try and avoid overtime. But in doing so, they might just lose the map off of this decision right now. Donk has certainly cooled off in this T side. He is yet to be getting those opening kills that Spirit require on this top site. Running into the AWP, running into Nerds. Donk eats grenades in this round. He is down low. We don't have a single rifle. Shiro scout and 4 pistols. A MAC-10 for Tanir as Spirit get closer, and this is a final Hail Mary into this top site. Some Pius, don't give them an AWP. He had to hit that shot.
Promising signs, though. It's been in these first shots that some Pius has flubbed it. This time he nails it. Able to play it forward. Now you own the bathrooms, and Spirit walking in to just a pincer maneuver out of G2. You're going nowhere. That desperate force buy from Spirit convincingly shut down, and G2 now have 3 chances to close on Overpass.
Spirit won't even have AKs. They're in the hole on this T side. While G2 had a clear way in, a clear game plan on the T side of this map, that B abuse, the contact plays, the B pops, they kept punishing Team Spirit. Nothing has worked in this T side for Team Spirit. They just keep meandering into these A stacks, and they are getting sent packing. A shutdown half from G2. That's with Spirit winning the force. That gave them no favors. Can Donk save them as he has so many times? But this T side is falling by the wayside. Some Pius with another opener. Donk falls short. You can feel it. G2 tightening their grip on this quarterfinal.
And this is surely just the dying moments of Overpass. Spirit not able to long it out. Might have known this map was coming. That's not made G2 any easier to deal with. And for the massive underdogs, with 3 first-time major playoff appearances, this is a mammoth step in the right direction. We said it already. They are on a side of the bracket that makes them an underdog in every game they will play. But composure has been the name of the game from G2. Meanwhile, Spirit feeling a little flustered. This Tanir clutch. Does it have any legs on it? Because Rotate's closing in. Hunter playing it forward. Looks to stop him as soon as that bomb is planted. And it's only fitting that the captain is the man to deal the crushing blow. G2, comfortable win to start this quarterfinal. Domination on their map pick as they shut it down convincingly in that second half.
Yeah, we may have major winners on Team Spirit, but Hunter here in Cologne.
Not defeated! Cologne, brace yourselves, because this battle rages on!
We go to home ground, Dust2, 19 wins to 3 losses in 2026. It doesn't get more uphill than this for G2. They got to go right into this B site, but Heavy God is waiting. Shocking triple kill. Spirit just gets siphoned out of this pistol in the blink of an eye. Donk tries to fight back in, but G2 throw everything they have. HE smoke. Stuck in tunnel, Spirit have to sit in it.
It is the worst possible start for Team Spirit to their map pick. A round that feels decided in seconds before it even gets going. You were never in a position to fight for this. Heavy God has instantly sent a message at the start of Dust2.
Who better than the latest re-sign for G2?
Got that multi-year extension to his contract. A player that G2 are keen on keeping around, and it's not hard to see why.
Now that's good business. Team Spirit 2v5, and everywhere they go, G2 are pushed up, top mid, in long doors, in T-spawn. They're in front and behind you at the same time. Hunter lines him up, and that is an easy pistol with 4 kills from the Heavy God. It is one thing to win Overpass, Spirit's statistical worst map. It is another to take them down on Dust2, their go-to, and Team Spirit call a timeout off the back of their pistol fail.
Makes a lot of sense for Spirit to have been so hesitant to use these timeouts at this event. Without a coach, you're giving time to the coach on the opposing squad to have his say, to get involved. Now, Saw can't bank on that, but the idea that they're already feeling like they want to draw one in early on, they don't want any of that bad energy to follow them here onto what's supposed to be their redemption map. I think if you're G2 and you see that, you look at that as a great omen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible one for Spirit. The fact that they feel they need to call it, you know, you can expect to lose the pistol, still have a game plan. Do we force? Do we eco? Do we come in with that 3rd round buy? But the fact that Spirit are calling in after a pistol loss means something went very wrong. And that's thanks to Heavy God. He's dropped that AWP over to Pius in the 2nd round, looking to get the Spaniards started. And got to give it to Pius. There were some missed shots at the dawn of the CT side of Overpass, but come the end, he was closing out those rounds on his own. It was a very reassuring sign for a guy who is no stranger to the stage. AWP revealed. Talk about Heavy God just getting no support, doing things on his own. I mean, he has Kevlar MP9 on this B site, no helmets. After that stunning pistol round, still got a job to do. Glocks can find this entry. Spirit have to clear this corner if they want to win.
No check, and so just another chance to farm for Heavy God. No worries here up against the pistols. Nothing that G2 can't handle. And so we've had a lot of Spirit just talking things out, calling in a timeout ahead of their Glock round, spending the first minute or so chatting with each other. There's been a lot of time to try and focus up ahead of this rifle round, and the results almost feel like they have to be there for Team Spirit straight away.
Gonna need Donk in this game. He sets his own records, he breaks his own records. He's looking to do another at a major, just off the back of Budapest. But this is a Spirit who have no excuses in a quarterfinal, the most lopsided opening game of this stage, but they are getting run at. A confident G2 in a 5v3, Nerds just sent it up middle.
You feel like you're playing versus an entirely different team right now. They were so calculated before every move back on Overpass, and they hit you with aggression from the get-go on Dust2.
It's a bomb lost in T-spawn, and Nerds is not going away. He is not giving you that space back.
You look at how much time is left, and that's almost the expectation, isn't it? That he would just give up this control, ride out the 5v3, be content with it. Nerds hanging around, aggressive, has support. It is a shutdown from G2 in this first rifle round. No casualties, no survivors. Spirit go back to the drawing board.
This is a really scary look for Team Spirit, and it's not just because, oh yeah, you know, they're quiet, they're coming in cold. Like, they're getting run at by G2. They're not getting a kill in these rounds. There's one frag in the map for Team Spirit. This is G2 playing to win. And Spirit have yet to be able to play in this game. They got triple tapped out of that pistol in B and rushed in the first rifle round. A very worrying sign. Team Spirit can't afford to tilt in a game like this. We're talking about this squad as being a potential upset run for that grand final. a team that could beat Falcons or Vitality. Well, it turns out G2 might be too hard to handle in this quarter. They've had every number going in their favor off the back of an incredible Stage 2 and Stage 3 run.
Pius coming alive early on this orb. That's a very promising sign for the G2 squad. Took him a while to find his footing to get this series going. Oh, one back from the Donkdeeg.
Team flash.
You know you're never willing to write this guy off entirely, but he's dead after one. Mattis, convincing swing just to deal with him before he becomes a problem. And even as Shiro tries to wrestle this back, he's going right in to Heavy God out there in middle. It's a little more costly than G2 would have liked, but they are more than happy with how this is starting. 4-0.
That's an awkward team flash that really made that round weird for G2, blinding Pius, giving Doc the chance to hit his Deagle shot, but still G2 are just gonna shrug it off, suffering from success on this CT side. Everybody getting involved in this game so far. There are a couple of quiet players after their first half of Overpass. No longer. We are looking at a different game, a different G2. And a tentative team spirit, not what we expected after this 5 weeks of flawless gameplay. 12 series in a row, BO3s, a BO5 final. You can make your case in a semi-final for whoever you want, but this quarter was supposed to be open and shut. G2 decide it's their chapter now. Can't miss this. You're committed.
Pius has to open with one. Swing and a miss, he's dead. And so scoped up here, sees the head, will get out of there, dropping down to near, giving chase through CT. Pius gets the time to get another shot off, and Hunter's right there to respond. Still round far from done. You might have found Donk, but there's more where this came from. Hunter reroutes, can't reel in Zontix on this long flank. Nades to try and slow them. It's left to Nerds and Heavy God in this 2-on-3, and Zontix has just been everywhere in this round. Wherever they've looked for an edge, they've run into Zontix in this rifle, and they've lived to regret it.
Zontix really keeps them guessing. He had, honestly, a few really impactful rounds, just off of 1 or 2 kills back on Overpass, but his positions were super valuable. And so nice to see him standing tall, delivering Spirit their first round in this map, and a much-needed one when Donk gets headshot by that AWP. Nothing he could have done. Zontix contains Nerds, but M4 saved. Spirit don't wait forever to get going here on this second map. Long take here for G2. Lockdown, Spirit playing late. Holding for the push. They've seen enough out of Nerds to call a bit of poise in this T side.
It's a common pressure point for Spirit. You know, they'll hit you with a variety of paces here. You've just seen the Zontix late long lurk and what that was able to do. Sometimes looking to come through on a second timing, so G2 feeling like they needed to own that space. They saw they had no contest for that long control, and so that means Spirit are headed out in towards middle. They're ready for a short play. They've got Nerds floating around down in CT. All the options feeling accounted for right now by G2. And it's in this mid-round that Spirit look to make their move. They know this mid-smoke's on a timer. With it, so is Nerds. Starting to peel on back as Util comes out through middle. He'll try and steal himself away. Spam from Spawn. They're hoping this leads to Nerds getting overlooked. He does not. Donk decisive with the entry. Now left to Heavy God, and Donk is closing in with a point to prove. Second head ripped off, and with it, the round for the G2 squad. They are out of there. 2 entries from Donk like that put Spirit onto a winner.
That's what we've been waiting for in these first few rounds of Dust2. Donk delivers. Doesn't wait too long to get going here for Team Spirit. And he wants to rip everything away at the end of this round. Walking him down. G2 look locked into position. They will get away with their guns. And Team Spirit slowly but surely waking up on this second map. Definitely some frustrating moments at the start of Dust2.
Terrorists win.
It's more what you expect from Donk. That bar is so high that he has to live up to every single day. But we have just seen 2 incredible stages from him. A 2.27 rated stage 2. Sickening. 1.53 in this stage. So again, looking to break his own records. Dust2 is where he does his best work.
Spirit again given a little bit of room out here towards mid, and they're quick to make their move. Some Pius might have tried to tango with that AWP in towards lower, but Util made that impossible. So again, they have this foothold out towards mid and the catwalk. Last time it was that mid to be with Donk acting as the tip of the spear. This time, they'll focus forward. Looking at the catwalk with a great deal of intrigue right now at Team Spirit. Util lobbed in.
This is dangerous. If this smoke fades and Hunter's still here, he's going to be an absolute free kill for Spirit. They might just clear this position. Does his barrel stick out? Donk going over the top. Spotted, shuts down some Pius, and Spirit just move in. They clear the corner. No stone unturned in this execute. Donk with a banging headshot. And even though you lose long control, it matters not here for Team Spirit. They are already poised and ready to win their 3rd round. It was an outstanding start for G2. But now as Spirit get rifles, they get a lot more room to run their game.
I mean, so much of this just felt dependent on Donk bringing himself back into the game.
Terrorists win.
One of his only ratings clocking in at beneath 1.0 in this major run. And so needed to come into this and act as a bit of a fire starter for Team Spirit. That's exactly what he's doing. And these have been, you know, classic Donk openings. Instant kills, no time to react. It is exactly what Spirit needed.
Yes, especially with his head-to-head against some Pius, right? Some Pius towards the end of Overpass. You won out the head-to-head 5-4, 3 of those being AWP kills. We're stopping him on those toilet pushes up into the A site, and so Donk getting the better of him now is a reassuring sign for Team Spirit. Because it's not about just defending the trophy, defending the championship for Spirit. It's not just about winning a major. You've also got to beat some of the biggest and best in Counter-Strike to do it. Team Vitality Falcons up for the task. G2, are they going to go cold here after 3 rounds in a row for Spirit? That first kill relieves a lot of pressure.
Certainly does. It's finding these openers. That's been the struggle for G2 on this streak. It's been Donk opening these rounds, and they've had very little to say past that point, so things get a little more comfortable now in a 5v4. B-site left to Heavy God. As Nerds take this, an elevated angle out towards mid. Ready to spy over a smoke, but contact given to him dry. Zontic's right into his crosshair. That might be enough just on nameplates here to know that this B-site only has 1 player donning it. See Nerds out there, wrong side of middle. That leaves Heavy God alone in B. And Donk is wise to his tricks, checking everything as he makes his way out through the tunnels. What an opening! Rotate's going to start to happen. Tanir with a freebie out here on long. There was no accounting for him in this position.
They speed up, surely.
Now you get the info that it's just 2 players in the site, and so G2 might try and play quickly here. Wait for that tap, wait for that bomb plant, right into the meat grinder, right into Donk!
He is just vicious, invincible in that B bomb site. How does Donk dodge both those flashes and the shots? G2 can't even do that. Come through that smoke blind, trying to punish 1 man in that bomb site, but Donk is more than 1 man. Shuts down with another multi-kill in a 3v5. You would have banked on Heavy God doing something there, but Donk really is that guy. G2's economy busted.
Oh, Shiro is the long spawn. Ooh. They were going to try and take this, going to try and fight for this. Shiro just misses. Smoke timing shot doesn't connect. Still, it's desperate times for G2. That 4-0 start becoming a distant memory.
Be up business. G2 scrapping in middle, trying to bait players into Nerds. Highly susceptible to these wallbangs. G2 wait on the edge. Spirit on biting.
That's a good realization to kind of recognize that mid feels like a bit of a trap. They're looking to dodge it entirely, and with Hunter blind, great timing there. Flash nade on the smoke. That gets them past the captain of G2 without a problem. And it's going to force another save out of G2. These rounds are just flying by right now, and you feel like you haven't been able to compete for any of them.
Yeah, things felt electric at those first couple of rounds. That Nerds push up top mid and the rifle felt like Spirit were kind of caught off guard, shook a bit at the start of this second map. But they have absolutely stabilized since that point. Refusing to let G2 find any comfort on the map, pulling out 3v5. Not falling for this trap here in middle. Now saving 5 guns, so economy looking unbreakable at this point in the game for Team Spirit.
So that means, you know, no freebie rounds for G2, no chances to collect on hard work. It is now a grind if you want to recover on this half. And a grind that has to start straight away, because while you're talking about Spirit being in great tidings in terms of the money, same cannot be said for G2. They are putting, you know, they've been put in a corner here. Rounds starting to feel like 2-for-1s. A Spirit that are going to get more and more audacious with these hunts at the close, trying to make every round loss as punishing as possible. And Saw feels it a necessity to weigh in with the timing here, because this round really does shape this first half. Will it just be 4 for G2? And everything else for Spirit? Well, this round feels like it decides that.
Yeah, Overpass was a map on the CT side where if you want to win a round, if you're on the T half, you've got to kill all the G2. You've got to fight every single player. Anyone can save you. Anyone can bail you out with a multi-kill. And we know there's a lot of talent on G2. But here on Dust, we're seeing Spirit win rounds off of 1 or 2 entries in the right place. You can put them in a 3v5, but with Tanir at long, with Donk entering B, they kill Heavy God. Suddenly the round is extremely favorable for them. Oh, another tag for Shiro. That's a second time onto Nerds on the cross. Spirit making their job easy for them.
You've been sitting there waiting to bring your rifles out, waiting to play a gun round. Nerds now has to do it a shot away from death. For the guy that's supposed to play rotation, be active around here in middle, that is a big problem.
Oh,
good damage! Set up with nades! And a barrage onto Magix, an opener for G2.
Nice little trick there. It's one way to find value on low health.
You're just telling yourselves we have to capitalize on this.
Yeah, but you know no advantage is enough when it comes down to Dust2. Those B-site hits are so difficult to stop. G2 may have the quantity of kills, but Spirit have the quality. Oh, Hunter's got a little one-way.
That's a very neat trick. But he won't get a chance to show it. That some Pious Orp has put the fear in Spirit.
Still valuable. Hunter just got reflashed back on Cat. He didn't have to drop off. Now they know the B hit is coming. Are Spirit going to call it off? Do they not like what they see? Donk dead. Who is your entry man? What's the call? Looking panicked here from Spirit at 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, they've tried to make something happen with very little time left on the clock here. A change of mind, a change of heart, pulling them away from this B play. Smoke down out towards middle, but there's 20 seconds.
You can still win it. You just got to go quick.
You don't have Donk. He's been the guy opening in all of these rounds. And so as they tiptoe out through middle, pace becomes a problem. These kills have got to go your way so quickly. One from Nerds and Heavy God could be enough to do this. There's Nerds, gets his, no time. G2 finally break this streak. Finally delivering on one of those openers.
And those are the kind of tricks you save till playoffs, because that play from Hunter is immaculate. Drops the smoke on the molly, keeps his cat control, and you see at 15 seconds, he's pushed up on short corner with a smoke down. They know that B hit is coming. That's why G2 are so tucked in. Two players hiding out behind boxes, refusing to give Spirit the kills. G2 have got tricks up their sleeves. So they cut another head off the beast. Tanir scrapping along. 1 and 8 has just had a failure to launch here in Dust2. Not a good time for it. And you feel forced into this B play, but it might come to you.
Oh, Nerds, yeah, tries to play it forward right into that double hold. So that's giving away the 5v4. Spirit going to try and adjust. They're expecting rotations, and that's exactly what they're getting. Some Pious moves over. Feels like he can't leave a gap this big out towards B. Oh, there though. See Zontix out in the open and some Pious in the right place.
Patience punished.
Still, so many of these rounds have come down to one man, and one man in particular. It's Donk with these entries. He's now the only guy left in the tunnels. And as he goes back, mid is no longer under Spirit ownership. Something's brought him back, faking those footsteps as Magix works his way closer. Some Pious, a shot he couldn't afford to miss. And now another. His Donk's right there. Some Pious able to deal with him. And from a slow map one, this guy's on fire now. Topping the charts when G2 needed him most.
Just sickening shots ever some Pious. I like again what Spirit are up to. Donk's faking footsteps, so Magix has some more room in middle to make that mid to be work it. But even though he finds the entry, it's a wallbang for some Pious. Besting Shiro in the head-to-head, stopping Donk from finding a single kill in this round. And this is a frustrating game now for Spirit. They've had multiple opportunities. The G2 have clutched up. Commendable game from some Pious. And another seven-round half possible here on Dust2. Oh, even Donkey to the nades.
Yeah, he was trying to break that short smoke. It fell a little shy. He's just naded himself down a half. That's not what you want from your entry, man. Sure, his time to kill is stupendously quick. You know, this costs him one bullet in that fight, and that can make all the difference. Hell, even softening him up to these nades. If you try and end this with the A play, Hunter's going to have a field day with HEs.
All right, there's a CAD-X or it's a drop back into a mid to B. It's up to Magix to make the perfect call. We've got 2 players in this B bomb site for G2. Feeling pressure, can be relieved by a bit of spam here. A love smoke. Denied by G2. Spirit throwing the execute. Is this a commitment? G2 throw everything they have as Spirit dart back.
They got you paranoid about that play, but now Nerds sees it coming in through middle. One for Shiro, but there's a limit on how long he can hold these smokes. Heavy God feeling a lot of pressure as he's getting split on from both sides, and everyone getting kills for Spirit as they look to level out on this half. If it wasn't round 12, G2 would be saving. But a 2v4 they will attempt. They've got no control, nowhere left to turn. And some pious going around the world will simply leave him with no time in this 1v4. Nothing to do for G2's top performer, but look on as Spirit come back with answers.
Yeah, some shaky rounds in here for Spirit, but they show up by the end of the half. They managed to piece it together. This is a G2 who came in with a bang to this second map, and Spirit have answered the call. Even half, 6 on the board, looking to survive in this quarterfinal as G2 level up.
the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? The question today was not can Spirit beat G2, it was how quickly could they do it. G2, however, demand respect. Some Pius on the stage, standing tall, and Spirit are barely hanging on come the end of the first half. But persevere they must. Legacy on the line, and defending champions here at Cologne must take this to Mirage to remind us who they are.
Split half like this, with G2 able to match the uptick from Spirit. And a T side now to play. What have they got up their sleeve? They had a clear game plan in this series. Hunter and Saw have been putting in the work. See if they've noticed something they can exploit in this pistol round. It's a look towards the mid control. It's a look towards Tania, sitting bottom of the board as he tries to play on short. He is dead instantly. And so an opener for G2 to work with. This early in the half momentum can help you so much. For the team that could lock in semi-finals in 2, a 5v4 feels fantastic. Flash through these mid doors. Shiro dead. Zontic's only good for 1. And so it's gotta be him. It's gotta be Donk. Magic's dead. Donk followed up. G2 squeaky clean pistol round.
And they're just dancing at the start of these halves, right? Because even though we split pistols back on Overpass, G2 converted them both with force buys. Second pistol, safe assured in the pocket of G2, and frustrations continue for Spirit as they start every single one of these halves on the back foot.
This T side, let's be decisive. When we are finishing from tunnels to B, mid to B, from short, whatever, be decisive, that's all we need. Go together as a group, fucking send it. When needed.
A coach that has been in the grand final of Cologne, alongside some of these players before, some Pius and Nerds back in 2023. I mean, this is a G2 that is a mix of that Cologne final. Hunter won it, took down these Ents pieces. Now they come together again and look to do what surely felt impossible at the start of the day. To 2-0 Spirit. That is well within reach now. And to do it on their go-to map. If any of that's to come true, you've got to convert this pistol. And that would mark 4 out of 4 in this series for G2. It's a perfect move, but Spirit have a stack in play. They want you to make this play.
Yeah, going right into it. Tania can't find a thing though. First piece to fall into the crossfire now, but Zontic's dead after 1. Once again leaves Donk alone, trying to make the difference. This is not the gun for the job. That's what you're telling yourself, but still it's not stopping him. He was not supposed to get away with more than 1 here, and instead he's called it all into jeopardy for G2. Donk does the impossible, and he has brought Spirit back into this game.
Well, fine, I'll do it myself, says Donk. Triple kill when they spot him there at the car. Laser beam MP9 headshots. That is a shock.
You see at the end of that, though, there's no celebrations. Donk with a sigh of relief. It's too early in the series for Spirit to be getting hyped up. They know it's a long road still ahead of them.
This match was meant to be a gimme for Spirit. Absolutely getting put to the test, but with a force buy win like that, it puts Spirit back in the conversation. They don't concede the lead for long.
Feigning a drop back, RG2.
It's such a bad fake that Magix immediately walks back into the bomb site. It's going to make different noise, those surfaces falling on Cat, falling on the floor. He immediately knows what that means. Magix is now the third piece inside of A. It's a fake that's not even worth doing.
Play up close to these smokes. Waiting for G2 to come spilling through them. Drop down on two players. They make it past Magix. They go right in as Shiro. It's a no issue here up against the Force. Heavy God might get away with one on the long side. Up against this struggling Tania. How much more can he really find? Heavy God dead after one. Spirit clamped down on that Force buy. And for a brief moment here, a chance to feel comfortable in the lead.
Yeah, one more eco here for G2, but doesn't feel like the best way in is this long position. Tania is 2-11 for Team Spirit. That is a huge gap in this defense, in a very difficult position to get multiple kills out of in the late round. When Tania's on his own, back at long side, he is going to be exploitable. Something worth considering here for G2. Shiro offers assistance. It's only this one deagle for G2 passing hands. As Team Spirit takes some liberties, push up in the doors. G2 spotted this, so no reason for Tania to go further. Maybe a chance to just get some confidence back in this game. They jump the corner, Tania converts. Easy done for Team Spirit, 5 alive. Now we've got a game on our hands. G2, let's see how this T side looks.
I feel like you were dead on in this kind of reader, wanting to exploit Tania a little bit in the game he's having. If you can have a Spirit player in their heads, just remove someone from the equation almost entirely. That is a massive boon for G2. Spirit likely feeling the same way. Play triple long, anti-long rush setup, just to try and give him a bit more comfort in this position. He does it here in the return to rifles. You hear that long util, you can anticipate extra players there, extra resources. So now you've got a bit more room across the map to make your move. Hunter quick to go and take the catwalk. Ready at a moment's notice to move into this mid to B. They're trying to catch Spirit with 3 players on the wrong side of the map. They're going into Donk's bomb site. They get past him straight away. And so now the defense falls just as Zontix getting out with a double. Does all he can and then some. Spirit still left in this. Thanks to that double kill on the hold. Will they be able to get past some Pius, who stayed behind trying to thrive in enemy lines? It's a little labored on that spray. Could have been so much more. So you've been waiting for a chance for Tania to prove himself in this quarterfinal. Will this be his round? It's a tricky site to retake, infamously so. Smokes down at the double doors, call this one in a question. Moving slowly, our Team Spirit. But eventually they've got to go. So much time having elapsed, they hope they can catch G2 sleeping. You know, this late in the day, nothing comes for free, and so there isn't time. G2 hang around. Everybody falls. But it's G2 reaping the reward.
Yeah, that site is so hard to retake. Spirit never even try and do it. They just hope that G2 leave the bomb site. They can sneak in last second and stick that defuse. Admirable idea with how strong that setup is on the crossfire, but it leaves Spirit with nothing. They lose all their guns. They take G2 with them. But with that, 1 round closer, get G2 off of the mid to be split. Donk punished here. Falls for nothing. Zontix does more than you can ask for a one-man hold.
I know in that first half, Donk looked electric with the entries, but I think G2 have done a great job of making him look mortal here. So many rounds where Donk can get out with, 1 kill, and that's it. Stopping this guy going on those crazy chains of multi-kills. That's the essence of stopping Donk. A 1-kill round for that guy is pretty rough. And really not the kind of output he's used to having. All across Overpass, that was the case. And even though there were some signs of life at the beginning of the T side, G2 have still been willing to meet him head on.
I mean, Spirit just haven't really made an argument as to why they're the better team today. Every single thing about this series has screamed G2 to you, and Spirit going missing at the wrong time. Stars not doing enough. G2 across the board, everyone holding their head high.
Again, they're going towards Donk's site. And again, he only gets out with one. Heavy God has been able to stop him.
Brutal.
In every one of these key fights. Donk might have met his match. And a save called, reluctantly so, for Team Spirit as they give up on this lead.
You're running into the world's best rifler and you're trading him out at worst case scenario. G2 punishing B hits, back-to-back rounds, get on the board again. And Team Spirit clamming up, going quiet. Forced a full save this time. There's just not enough done on that B bomb site. G2 have found the weakness and they are exploiting it. In these rounds, Tanir doesn't even get to play, so he stays now bottom of the server. No chance to warm up for when your round will come in this game. G2, 4 tunnels out of spawn. Perhaps just looking to see if Spirit give them the fight. That's his cross his right side.
You feel like this is just going to be the B exec. No AWP here in the tunnels waiting for that opening pick.
Got Spirit jumpy. Look, one flash, gets a molly out of Donk. Gets a smoke out of Zontix. Burning through this util at the start of the round. There's still 1 minute 20 on the clock. Temptation of the late mid to B rears its head again here for G2. And if it works, why stop? So once more, G2 amass in the tunnels. Zontix has all the util, but he's atop the box. He can't really do much here. Could be caught with nades in hand. Hunter getting pressured on Cat, trying to kick up a bit of a fuss on the other side of the map. But make no mistake, G2 are going in.
Oh, that re-smoke. Does that call everything into question? Hunter's now throwing in this fake, and so the time to commit to this B play is now. That smoke is a problem.
They have no idea about middle. While there's no lurkers there yet, Spirit don't know that for sure. There's a CT smoke down. The 8 players can't assist. There's a big gap. Spirit are uncertain.
So it's this two-man B hold having to do it all. It's been constantly challenged all across this game. Donk is so quickly their sole survivor, and they are closing in. Oh, quickly overwhelmed as Nerds powers right through the middle. And while so many squads look to avoid Donk to make him obsolete, G2 are challenging him head on time and time again, and it is working.
Yeah, and every player, I feel like, has had the head over Donk in one round or another, right? Nerds there with the AK, Heavy God on the previous B hit. Some Pius was hitting some orb shots back on Overpass against him as well. So G2, they've got a wealth of players to rely on. For Spirit, their floor is getting lower and lower. They are just getting strangled out on this B bomb site. 3 rounds in a row, all ending the same way for G2. And the lead Spirit held off the back of winning this CT4 spy evaporates in front of their eyes. G2 just looks so calm. It's what you said coming into this series. They look stable, they look calm, they don't look flustered through these very difficult Stage 3 games as well. And now on the stage, the first time on a major stage for 3 of these G2 players. And it just looks like every other day.
You just think, you know, it's kind of down to the the captain to set the culture, set the tone within a squad, and it's something that all of G2 have bought into. I think you've even heard it in some of these Saw timeouts. You know, he's very composed. It's not just because he's Finnish. He's been very real with G2. Not taking a line that they're making unforced errors, telling them to stay on the same page. Well, here's a real test for the G2 squad as they finally lose one of these openers.
Oh, looking for a heroic play here. Matt is just going in alone, just trying his fight in this B site, but actually call it off. The change of a Spirit was put Shiro on the AWP in middle. He's just been out of commission in this CT side. Now he gets to find an opener. And a big one at that. Can Spirit find more safety over this map? Long is quiet, short is blocked. So Spirit in their best position in some time, but they have no nades to stop an attack from G2.
We've been saying all throughout this, Tania's round is coming. This is it. Your money is on the line. G2 are in the lead. They put their best player out towards your side of the map. It's a fight that Tania has to win.
Surely Shiro hits his shots. There's no smoke to block.
Shiro will have open sight lines. The stress sets in around this long fight. 20 seconds left. Is Heavy God going to make a move, or is it just this short play to draw in all these contacts? Mattis opens things up. Heavy God's going very, very late into the action here. And Tania able to shut down that bomb and might have just done enough.
Oh, wait.
There's time for this. Bomb plant on Mattis.
Safe.
No way where you can stop this. And Heavy God covering that cross is shut down. Mattis now throwing into a very hostile environment. They're both there. They'll shut him out of it. Spirit fight on.
That would have been a shocking 2v4 there for G2. What a commendable effort. The lug so late for Heavy God. But Mattis a clutch too far. 3 kills deep. Zontix finds the crucial trade after 3 blistering rounds on that B bomb site for Zontix. Finds his impact in the form of a retake. And a must-win round for Team Spirit. This game is done if they don't take that. And Mattis knows it. Money still hangs in the balance in round 21. Saw's final timeout used. Spirit looking for a late resurgence on a map they're supposed to be second best in the world on.
Passed out towards long. Break on that smoke. It's Shiro, it's Tania working in tandem. And on the back of that timeout, with fresh ideas, G2 have to begin 2 men down. The AWP to try and cover this cross. They're still sticking to their guns on this A play. It had to be the call at the back of this timeout, the call from Spawn. And their belief in it not shaken. One man in the bomb site. Spam connecting here for Magix does big damage. Hunter brought down at 1 HP. Full vulnerable, that nade will find him on the cross. And a swing now from the site. Tania gives one away. This is a 5v2. You're telling yourselves that one death can't come to matter. Flash goes over the top. Matt is trying to get set up, but obscured by the smoke. He's got no free path to entries.
Could just plant.
I feel like his only option as nothing's being offered up. One back for Mattis. Spam connects, and now Pius left in a very tricky clutch. 25 seconds to make his move, and he's on the retreat. Skirting back towards the back lines for the G2 squad. It looks like he's writing this off. It looks like he's conceding that lead. Team Spirit back in to pole position. And a chance to survive this quarterfinal.
I feel like Mattis just had to get that bomb down there. He had so much time, just given so much room, really wanted to kill to turn the odds in their favor, but bomb planted along with Sunpire's Orb. That felt like G2's best opportunity, but it was still a 5v3 off the rip, something Spirit had to earn on that long side, something we haven't had to see in this entire game. And now G2 is that temptation of the B hit, all too likely this late in the map. Back-to-back A rounds closed out by Spirit. And far less to work with than G2 would like. But they've got to make do. Late long pop. Tania tested again. This time no orb to guide him.
G2 have fully moved away from these B plays that were so lucrative. They're hoping Tania can be a pressure point. Been able to hold his own in the last couple of rounds, given another chance here. That's an awkward flash, meant to help him, meant to make his life a little bit easier, ends up complicating matters. Heavy God comes through with an entry, and immediately it's eyes off long. Shiro the only one looking this way. Orp, long angle, long sight line. Sunpire's hopes to meet him here. Shiro has the edge. Sunpire's peeking into this angle. Miss on the jump. Chance to collect, but somehow that's just sailed past.
Still in a great position. You've got Lurk out mid-doors. He can kill Donk later, or Zontix rather, off this B bomb site. Donk is fighting for this cross. Boost up.
Trying to give the util over for the break on this smoke. It didn't stop Heavy God. He still makes it onto the ramp. And so they feel like they've got to disassemble. They feel like they've got to move back. Donk gonna pluck one from the ranks. That's Heavy God dealt with. Follow up for Mattis. Donk dead as well as he blazes his trail into the A site. That's a bomb plant for G2. Are you just out of this round? A taste of your own medicine as a couple of key entries paved the way to an 11th for this G2 squad. The writing's on the wall. They can't attempt it. Zontic's out of position.
They need these guns.
Magic's all alone. And the save not even guaranteed, but no reason to hunt here. Spirit will head for the hills. G2 keep it competitive right to the very end.
Oh, you can just see the frustration on Cat there, right? Going for multiple boosts. Spirit change their mind. Don gets one beautiful kill and then just decides, screw it. I'm going to trust my aim. I'm going to back myself. Goes out wide. Mattis wins a heroic fight. G2 match up with Team Spirit here on Dust. It is round 23. It is anybody's game. Those saves are everything here for Team Spirit, keeping guns in their hands. As G2, a wry smile, a smirk, as they win their most difficult round yet.
Again with this long abuse. Again, just trying to keep Tania as uncomfortable as possible. And this time a bit more intent behind this push from Nerds, trying to take away the catwalk. He knows that's been the safe haven for Team Spirit in these A plays. He'll come into it a little bit later. For now, it's a skirmish on the long cross. Ends even. Shiro's Orp in the right place, but it's this lurk of Nerds that G2 are really banking on. Hunter leaving them uncomfortable as he makes his way up the ramp. The captain comes through with a double, but the job's not done. The fate of Spirit in Cologne now rests on the shoulders of Donk.
It's decisive. It's quick. Donk is here to keep them in the series, and it's his.
You tell yourself, there is no one you would rather entrust with your tournament life, with your major life. And so Donk has kept Spirit in contention at Cologne.
I mean, look at how close this comes down. Look at the margins between Team Spirit falling in the quarterfinals, and now they are favored to take this in a 3-map series. Mirage is up next. 2 AKs and 3 pistols are in the way for Team Spirit to make up for their slow start, to stop G2 on a glory run here in the quarterfinals. G2, 2 flashes, 2 smokes, 1 chance, no room for error.
It's a round where just everything has to go right. The short util's already been lobbed in out of G2, so you kind of need these long guys to start making their move.
Flash.
Tania down into the pit, just trying to get his one. Swing out with a flash to try and help him. He can't manage it. Shiro will respond, but you're starting to feel uncomfortable. You need to deal with some of this pressure. Rotate's now arriving. Tech9 stealing back. Oh, Hunter, what is that? Bomb is lost on long, and this is a big problem for G2. They might have scrapped hard to get to this position, but it doesn't get easier. It gets harder. Someone's got to make that long cross because Zontix isn't giving them anything. They both commit to it.
20 seconds.
Zontix hears this, now closing in, now giving chase. This bomb is a long way away.
What?
When does Zontix decide to play? Because he could be the defining character here for Team Spirit. Right out round the corner. Nerds is dealt with. Hunter's double, not enough. Zontix closing in.
The double jump! 1 click too many. That was a single bullet away.
And they say that Hunter is a big game player. That's why. He never gave up. Had nothing to play with, nothing to work with. No health in a losing battle, and G2's captain has kept him in it.
2v3 with Tech9s. With time against them, with no health. And a clutch contained to keep G2 on this stage in this second map. To keep them in with a shot of still 2-0ing this series. And G2, man, they really have just not given up. Do we remember regulation with these brutal B hits from G2? Surely it's something they have to go back to here in overtime.
It's a team that also just never celebrate till the job's done. You see them popping off like that when Hunter locks in OT. They are feeling it right now. They feel like they can end this on Dust2. A third map is not needed in the minds of this G2 squad.
Frothing at the mouth, this B site, tantalizing again for G2. Shiro is home though. Donk is not. It's him on the long side, lost out of commission in this round. Shiro Sniper must save them.
It's a powerful position. A power spot, a power play on this AWP.
There's no lurk smoke.
A big push from Shiro. That's what Spirit need.
There is no lurk smoke. These are free shots.
He's gonna have all the time in the world to get these off. Tag comes in, softening up the first 2 players. That lets Zontix play. Sampires does what he can, but this AWP was always a problem. And Hunter's big clutch was last round, 1v4. They're expecting too much, surely, from their captain. Tries to plug in the numbers, but he's expecting fights, expecting conflict. Hunter, no way! Just shut down, just snatched back. Tania digs deep. And Spirit take the first in OT.
Oh, that just felt right for the taking there, Hunter. The clock against him, the last player unknown pulls that package, gets put down. Devastating way to lose a beautiful clutch like that from Hunter. And Tania, the quietest player for Team Spirit, saves them from devastation in this B site. This is far more stress than Spirit bargained for in this quarterfinal.
Stress for everyone right now, right? You're into the OTs. There was a nearly clutch from Hunter. You call this timeout here, because even for a guy as experienced as Hunter, someone who's had as much experience and success as he has, rounds like that still fill you with adrenaline.
Yeah, you got to calm down. You got to catch your breath. Your heart is beating at 1,000,000 miles a minute.
So time for Saw to get involved. Ahead of this rifle round for G2. Again, it's back to middle, but this time Shiro in position. Posted on the catwalk. They haven't really had to worry about the AWP fighting them here in a lot of these rounds. This has often just been at free real estate. Molly's going to trap Shiro forward. He'll go looking on that AWP. Tanir comes in to join him. Trade back. Trades a plenty. Tag down range. Short ends in a stalemate, and now it's Nerds up next, trying to make his move out towards middle. Heavy God has Donk's number in that first half. On these T-sides, rather, able to get those trades. But this time, Smoke denies that space, and Nerds is sacrificed on his own. G2 feeling a little desperate. They're going to link up with some Pius. They're wounded AWP over on long. Mattis left to a lurk.
That's 7 deaths for Nerds without a kill. It really is all or nothing. Heavy God has to bail them out. He's got the cover from the AWP. Shiro has the cross contained. There is again no smoke. G2 just having to make do with what they got. It is not a lot.
Rose wins his.
Oh!
There's one back for Heavy God! Don't tell me, don't tell me he nails that as well! Heavy God's on a roll! And right when they needed him to deliver, G2 can depend on their Heavy God. Zontic's moving in. Mattis misses this timing. He's made it by up through the short side. That leaves these players in the site to have to deal with it, but an AWP on the line. Heavy God ready to trade, and a flank that's closing in. You're telling yourselves this is more than enough. Zontic's getting sandwiched, getting pincered. Mattis ready to deal that killing blow. G2 hoping to stabilize in what has been a very tense game.
They have won some shocking rounds in this series. They cannot deny that, can they? More man disadvantage moments here from G2. Just besting out AWPers like it's nothing. Heavy God converting the spray from the other side of the map. This guy is quite the talent. Shiro stress as Spirit let G2 into this T side. This one's a faster round for G2. They're just calling it up.
Yeah, look at the pace on this. Talk about a change. They go quickly into this cap play right into Magic's. Gonna farm some back. Donk arrives and a mow down.
You want to play that game, do you? While all of Spirit will answer the call. Every single player climbs those boxes, shuts it down. Spirit with a round lead here in overtime. G2 try and get cheeky. Donk's having none of it. So many rounds he has been left out of position in this game. But he is quick to trust his rotate. Oh, no way.
Oh, some Pius.
Serious?
Risky business here. Hanging out on an island all alone out towards mid. Gets his one, but will that be worth it? You've traded an AWP for the death of Spirit's captain. Got Donk with great position now out towards middle, and no rotates available for this B site. Spirit, they know where they want to make their move. They know where they're aiming for. 3 players back in the tunnels. Donk ready to pounce in mid. This B hit is coming.
There's just no way to stop this. Heavy God has given some incredible performances across this major, across this matchup, but he is alone. It is all of Spirit trapping him in position. No smoke on the doors. Heavy God isolates. Bomb dropped. So spray's not enough. Damage is all he gets. G2 have to retake. Hunter v Donk. He can't hold on. And Spirit, 2 kills from another map point. Donk darts away.
Mattis could still catch him. A little later in through spawn, all the way around the world. Donk is keeping his wits about him, ready for this exact move. Oh, on health, sure, Mattis will get past him. And now all that earlier damage from Heavy God might be very impactful indeed. They get the spot on Zontix. Shiro's the only question mark, and that AWP will get a chance to play. Spirit hold the line. And they could still beckon in that third and final map of Mirage. 2 chances to do so.
A messy game, but Spirit with the experience on the stage in an overtime with all the pressure on are stabilizing late in Dust2. G2 maybe feeling like their best opportunities have sailed them by, and maybe they're right. Nuts gets legged again by Shiro's AWP on the cross. G2 start disadvantaged. Spirit stick their foot in it, mid-control completely alleviated. No antics from Sampaius, he supports Mattis. But Spirit, that old cat / mid to B setup, everybody ready to change their tune at a moment's notice. No lurkers.
It just puts him in a position to be so quick to react. They'll be able to move a lot faster than G2 can on this CT half, and so you better hope someone can provide you an entry. Someone could open this round in a favorable way. Because if not, if this gets left till Spirit make their move, they've got every edge. Magic's throwing in a fake, but the bomb still resting back in tunnels. Sampaius smoked off.
I don't believe it. G2 know it's coming.
Spirit looking lustful at this B site. Feeling like they could end it all right now. They've got to get past Heavy God. Nert's already wounded. Line up in the tunnels! And it's the least expected man to find his impact. Everyone arrives now for G2. And no winning this for Shiro. It comes down to the final opportunity for Team Spirit.
Okay, gets out. Either way, it's G2 surviving time after time after time in this game. Be it 12-11 with the Hunter clutch against Zontix, be it there with Nerds. They are still here competing for this 2-0. Unbelievable spray down for Nerds. He timed that repeat perfectly after Shiro fired the shot, after the smoke, went back up. G2, the resilience on display in this matchup is massive. They are far from done with Dust2. Spirit playing with their third map point.
Been on the verge of closing this out many times. G2 able to save themselves again.
Oh, look at the gamble.
A lot of players out here towards B right now, and I mean, who can blame G2? So many of these rounds have looked to be these mid to Bs, these B pops. Only one guy waiting back in the tunnels. Zontix lives up to his half of the bargain. Does Nerds even want to attempt this trade? You feel like you're risking everything on going for it. And now B feels like too good of an invitation to deny. Spirit with 2 opening kills on this half of the map. Hunter's playing Joker. He's come so close in many of these moments. Oh, Hunter's keeping them at bay. How many times can the captain bail out G2?
And how many times can Donk finish the game for Spirit? It is all Donk.
You tell yourselves this is why he's here. This is what he's made for, to deliver you these moments. Will Hunter's sacrifice be in vain? Donk swings out. Donk does it! Spirit and it's on the wings of Donk. Their pale horse showing up in the quarterfinals and bringing with him a spirit that hit hard.
That's not easy. It is dirty. It is messy, but it is our destination. And the greatest stories demand trilogy. So Cologne, I hope you're ready to go the distance. It's getting hot in here.
Yeah, there's absolutely no denying the spirit looked a little shaken at the dawn of this series, but some big Donk impact rounds hold a lot of promise. G2 don't want to feel like they missed their opportunity. Pistols haven't grown, all too much. We've seen a bunch of these Force by wins. Eyes set on the connector, but that bomb's going through the apartments. A little fake here from G2. It's a brilliance for Mattis as he tries to sell this lurk out towards the connector, and that has given open runway to this G2 squad.
Donk's still alive. I'm not looking away. Spirit getting close to this market, but not before Heavy God gets in position. Can peek on Hunter. Donk holds. Heavy God doesn't jump the gun. He lets him come to him. 2 kills on a plate. And Heavy God continues to impress in this playoff. As Zontix, another clutch that is too far gone. Ooh.
Yeah, that's nice.
Gotta go quick.
What could he do? Time so low, right into some pious. G2. Deciding map. Pistol round goes their way. But you know this Force buy is coming. Been the case throughout this series. Everyone's been keen to respond to these pistol round. Spirit, no exception. They're coming through with a buy. Had to risk it all for control over the early game. G2 gonna try and play this one together. And right now, looking to dodge the stack. Zontix alone on the B side of the map. And with that spot straight away out of the apartment, Shiro ends up in enemy territory. One from the Deagle, it's nice. They're closing in on all sides. Shiro living on borrowed time.
God, you just got to give it to G2, right? They've started all 3 maps hot. Spirit, eternal comebacks in this series. Never once getting the strong start, never once converting on their pistol. This is G2 starting every half, 2 or 3 rounds to the good. And that wears on you, feeling like you're constantly playing catch up. Never once getting to redeem 3 rounds. Just because it's hard doesn't mean that's any excuse for Spirit to stop. They demanded this 3rd map. It's time to show up.
We've talked a lot about just kind of the experience on these captains, how for G2 Hunters, you know, a year on from taking over the IGL responsibilities, for Magic still pretty fresh-faced in that regard. And even though Spirit might be, you know, defending champs of Cologne, that's not the case for Magic's. He was in the lineup when they fell out of this squad in dead last, that devastating tournament, the one where Donk actually said he wanted to walk away. He wanted to quit after they lost in that fashion. A trophy that clearly meant a lot to him. Right, for a player who's had so much success, this was the one that got him emotional. This was the one that got him teary-eyed. And so Magic's has a lot of his team's expectations, anxieties to deal with, all while having a bunch of his own. First time on the stage in the Lanxess for their captain. First major playoffs for him in this role. And a G2 that have been punching well above their weight.
At this point, win or loss for Team Spirit. G2 are more than a footnote. They have put up one hell of a series. This chapter's not closed. Team Spirit pressured on this B side, double balcony and burnt off. Got numbers in this side, but maybe not for long. It's on 657 that shreds them. Rips flesh from bone on this B bomb site. Triple headshot has kept Team Spirit in this unlikely eco round.
Yeah, really not the round you ever thought you'd be competitive in, right? That's Zontix getting split on, but now left in the hands of Donk and Tania, top and bottom performers of this previous map. Donk making no secret about his position out towards the market, and as Tania is felled, they know where Donk's coming from. It makes him a little easier to deal with. Some Pius keeps him contained. As the G2 find these conversions, they recover that heroic Zontix 3K. But now the guns come out for Spirit. Shiro donning an orb. The first opportunity. Want to tell themselves that this map's going to be different. They're not going to fall down at this first chance, give a bounty of rounds to G2. They want to be competitive far sooner in the map. G2 just play a bit of a default. Look for mid-control. Players in the apartments to watch for any aggression. Heavy God still floating around out towards Palace, leaving that option open to just grab the bomb and head on back. And that's exactly what G2 are doing. It's a minute 10 mark. It's already been decided where this one ends.
Donk never far away on CT Mirage. Tania's going to get himself shuffled into this bomb site. Shiro supports with the orb. G2 waiting out this smoke before their commitment. As Matt is in middle. Might be left out of the action for this one. G2 40 seconds, smoke's ready. Spirit the initiators, but that flash comes too soon for Tania to play. He's going to hear that molly land behind him, signaling the intention of G2. Can Tania do more than one? That is already enough. Double on this hold, and Shiro is still in the sight.
Out of position on the AWP, but a rough miss gets rid of Shiro on that orb. And now G2 in a commanding spot. They've got this 3v2. Matt is trapped out in the connector, will get discovered. Zontix swivels back round and gets Spirit on the board early in their CT campaign.
Zontix, what an uptick now. Massive 3K eco round, now a huge double to stop G2 from getting comfort in this bomb site. They find Shiro and Donk with no kills between them, and still it's Zontix to bail out Team Spirit. Good to see Tania finding impact early in this map. It took the whole game for him to get going. I don't think he ever truly did on Dust2. Shunted into a very difficult position, but here on Mirage A site, Tania will get action round after round. G2 go back for more.
Passive here from the Shiro orb. Trying to look over the smoke. It's actually Donk to open things up, and with Tania still tucked away. Oh, dead on that swing. It's a little labored. Donk offering up a lot of resistance. They just can't get past him. Finally will. But look at the cost. You threw everything at this one guy. Again, you're hoping Hunter can provide something. Shiro's orb makes sure he can't. The captain's efforts falling on deaf ears.
It's going to give Spirit a lot of levity in the CT side with back-to-back A executions shut out. G2 not getting in on it. And now put to pistol. Spirit can trust in their A defense. A very reassuring sign, getting a smile out of Donk. I feel like that's the first time in this series we've seen it. It's not a good sign for G2. Donka's been able to trust in his teammates to start this game. They've delivered. Now Spirit locked down the middle of the map. A very confident display. Poor. Quick to the click. Shiro finds underpass. With that advantage, Spirit sit back.
I think a big question for me is, we've seen Spirit be pretty reactive across this series for the most part. And that's likely due to them being slow to get going. We're here on Mirage with a map in their pocket, this being the decider. How do G2 contend with a Spirit that will be willing to make more plays, be a bit more involved? This eco round, nothing found. Donk, the eye test looking real good here at the start of this third map. And an even scoreline as soon as the guns come out for Spirit. No AWP for some Pius. Shiro still has his. And he's looked very, very keen to be involved in some of these early fights since he's boarded out. Mid conceded. G2 given this real estate. The Spirit aren't in a super forgiving mood. They've gone and taken ramp away in the downtime. It's always this give and take. Now you see players out towards middle. So Spirit aware that G2 have moved into this empty part of the map.
It's great control for Spirit. They must know where G2 are. There's still gaps. Donk, window, connector, has to pick his poison. No util to block anything. That last Molotov goes out for Team Spirit. 40 seconds and Donk is forced into the connector side of the fight. But on the stairs, Donk does his best work. It's Mattis who runs through that smoke and shuts him down with ease. Ramp forced, ramp taken. Seeing the AWP here will be a bit of a surprise, but it might alert you as to Tanir's position. He reveals himself. Double kill from Tanir. Now Shiro is the surprise. And surprise, surprise, G2. You're not getting that bomb down. Heavy got clutch. And he's got the info.
And knows where both players are, but does this make that any less impossible? All ready to swing at a moment's notice. Zontix, or Magic's rather, pressure from short. Just trading contact there, our Team Spirit.
Yeah, I love that they made that change in ramp. It looked like Shiro wanted to go for the first fight, but seeing an all push from ramp there would surely alert you to a rifle's presence as well. Tanir gets an incredible double, shutting down this bomb pond, and then Shiro can play off of that with the element of surprise. G2 just go stumbling into their death on this side. The A site doing absolutely no favors to G2. More pistols. A Spirit power up.
They're just running this one in. Zontix has always been a problem on these B holds. This time they get past him straight away. Magic's, that's a beautiful transfer. But his job is far from over. The only man here between G2 and this bomb plant. His teammates now starting to arrive. They get their captain out of harm's way, but only for a moment. Oh, dead as Hunter hits him with a drive-by. And Shiro feeling pressure. Feels like they're going to try and deal with him before this bomb goes down. Hunter doubles back, flushes out Tanir. Shiro. Cut down. A ballsy move to play it right through the window.
G2 know they have to win with confidence. They know they have to push the boat out against Spirit. They can't respect their opponent here on Mirage. That is multiple Tech 9s charging Team Spirit down. Hunter still giving us his best in this series, still showing up come the third map. A heroic 3K on that B bomb site was not enough to keep them on Dust2. But Hunter has unfinished business as he and his cousin race for a major.
Oh, that's really awkward for everyone involved. They get the info at least. That's what you tell yourselves. No one in a position to punish.
Does Magic's no? Nope.
Caught by surprise. Now Zontic's revealed as well. Nade is good. It doesn't quite finish the job. Heavy God, I feel like his round is over, but we've seen some crazy low health clutches thus far. May still have a part to play. Mattis opening out through short, and with this Nerds backstab, this is so well timed. G2, they're gonna choke Spirit out on this B site. It's only Donk. And moving in, they're all around him. One man against the world. And he is gone. Some Pius arrives right in time.
Don't you love watching the mini-map there when they find Donk on that B site? Nobody re-swings. They all talk. They make sure to peek him together. Some Pius comes in from the furthest angle with the orb. G2 were not willing to hand over a highlight to Donk. Enough has been done. And so Tanir saves. But I like that poise from G2 because rounds can fly by in a second. G2 did the hard work. They're able to convert. And now back-to-back rounds. And rifle rounds at that. It's put Spirit on pistols. G2, we're talking an even half, and that is worst case scenario.
Punctuate this one with a timeout because they know it's a massive opportunity. A chance to recover after that slog of rifle rounds from Team Spirit. Chance to make out like bandits at the end of this first half and get out with a winning T-side venture. That's huge. And you know, they've only got this one saved rifle to work with. So Saw tries to focus them up.
Donk bought Kevlar. Is he going to get that M4? Or is he just bodyguarding Tanir? They'll hang out together in this A site. G2 have had an affinity for this site. It is not going away anytime soon. Initiated by Spirit.
That's a gun now for Donk, and AK gifted over. He'll take the M4, put it to work, and a massive mistrade for some Pius. Means this rifle is still a threat. Finally, they're gonna get past it. But it's far from comfortable. They deal with Tanir alone ramp side. Now left to Magic's dual Berettas and very, very far away. This is an insane recovery from this Mattis flank.
There's no guns on ramp.
He's just got to do it with the dual Berettas. This is a very tall order for Magic's. No comfort here. Weapons right there to go and pick up. But time is a problem. That's his real enemy in this round. No info where G2 have gotten to. And I think he's coming to the only logical conclusion, and that's just to head away. G2 recovering on this round. Mattis playing one hell of a game, helping them every step of the way. Come the turn on map 3.
Yeah, Overpass was not his map, but Dust2 stepped up in a huge way here for G2, and he's keeping that going. Everybody has absolutely had their moment from G2 in this series. That has made it all the more exciting. G2 avoid a devastating eco win here from Team Spirit, and Team Spirit are looking for their scraps right now at the end of this half. They need these last couple of rounds to keep in contention. And no AWP on Shiro. G2 with a look like a pace change. Sit behind that ramp, Molly, but they're coming through. Oh, that smoke had a gap, and Mattis abuses it.
Donk does what he can, but he's low, and the big dog's closing in on him.
Roof.
Matt is turning heads with this performance on the deciding map. 2 clean entries leaves G2 right where they want to be. And if they win this, they break Spirit's money moving forward, leave them with nothing at the tail end of the half. Mattis is still going. Got to plant the bomb as well. And again, a reluctant save from Magix as yet another round just sails by Team Spirit.
Came into this series saying if G2 are going to win today, they need to play at their peak. Every single player needs to give us their best game yet. They need to show that London form. And it's London the last time G2 beat this Spirit squad. It's the last time they even came close in winning this head-to-head. And that was an event where Mattis absolutely popped off. He was a top performer in the final against Team Vitality in a BO5 that went the distance. Showed up on Dust2, but this is a different beast out of Mattis here on Mirage. And G2 are storming through Team Spirit, a Team Spirit who demanded a third map in this series. Do they have anything to show for it? Despite multiple rounds where Spirit actually shut out this A offensive, G2 fearlessly go back for it. Finding a 4th round in a row, looking to top off their half with our most dominant yet.
How can that not put wind in your sails, eh? The idea that you might show up here, come the turn of a uncomfortable third map. Questions around whether they missed their best opportunity, and you actually go on to have your most dominant half. All the while, Mattis is just playing his heart out. Spirit using a lot of resources to go and clear ramp, trying to keep eyes on middle as well, but that gets cut off by this util. They're getting misdirected here. This ruse, this creeping fear about the A play where G2 have ended so many of these rounds have left them just too strong on this end of the map. Now down to 1 with that lurk kill from Mattis. It is only Shiro between G2 and this bomb plant, and he's dead straight away. Hunter coming through, terrifying form as he closes in on a dominant half for G2.
And Hunter, when he took over in-game leading, we saw some poor games, we saw some poor events, we saw those in-game leader numbers, but the last couple of months has been a resurgence for this captain. Standing tall when G2 need him. 2 gratifying entries might have just shut out this half for once and for all. Team Spirit thrust themselves back into this bomb site, but it is a lost cause. It is a lost round. It is a lost half. G2, 8 rounds on the T side of Mirage, looking for the major upset of their dreams.
around there. Oh, what a jumping double from Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is saved Luminosity with the York play.
Across 2026, Team Spirit are 8-1 in maps against this G2 squad. This was meant to be almost one-sided quarterfinal. This was meant to be a quick and easy affair for Team Spirit, a team looking to defend their title here at Cologne. But major pressure now as G2 stand tall, weather the storm, and give us almost dominant opening half of this series yet. This is the true test. Can G2 finish it for once and for all?
I mean, for three of these players, this is just a dream they've been chasing.
Just important, keep your focus on this CT like round by round. Like we have a lot of good plans again, but don't start to suddenly freestyle, get frustrated, whatever. Let's focus round by round, okay?
Yep. See there, Saw trying to keep them composed because he knows leading is one thing, winning is another. A man down in this pistol round and left to a B-side retake. They don't have any presence out towards short. It's all three players market side and Spirit are eyes on. One back for Heavy God short. Does this really leave you in a fighting position here? Looking to try and make another incision, not being given anything for free, and as Pius closes in, feels like he's destined to overlook. Zontix will get eyes on. Look out for Heavy God and Pius dead. Team Spirit. It's a pistol round one way or another.
Oh, not the crash you want there. And it all comes crashing down for G2 in a very hard to win round. But a round they were trying nonetheless. Team Spirit get a helping hand and now begin their long road to recovery.
I mean, look, this is now going to be a real test of your ability to just stay in this.
Yeah, that will get in your head, lead or not.
But I think, you know, when you look at the type of player that Heavy God is, what he, you know, views as the most important part of being a top player. He's always spoke about how, you know, you don't want someone who gets in their head easily. You want someone who stays dialed in. You want someone who's calm under pressure. And I think that's what this guy looks to embody every time he goes out there and plays. We even saw, you know, him cracking smiles, trying to have some back and forth with the gang. Because he knows if it gets to him, it gets to the rest of the team. It's never a good time for one of those. Your Spirit, I don't think you can believe it. Maybe not how you wanted to show up and win that pistol.
Yeah.
But a win all the same.
I don't want to say it was guaranteed for Spirit, right? Definitely not. 2 quick kills, but they had strong positions for sure. 2v2. I think that you've hit the nail on the head. The key for G2 is not to dwell on it. It's here and now.
And thankfully, you know, with how this series have gone, with the fact that you've struggled at always converting on these pistols, I think there's something there for G2 to hold on to yet.
Yeah, G2 have won the first 3-4 rounds of every single half, right? Even when they've lost pistol or they've lost to force, they've reforced, they've won it. They've put Spirit on eco before Spirit have put them on eco every single map, every single half of this series. That has gone a long way. So will Spirit buck the trend here in the final half of this quarterfinal? If I'm G2, I'm forcing up straight away.
Парень, Господь на нашей стороне.
Donk trying to use this to pull his teammates back in. He was smiling at the end of it.
Take every edge you can get.
Because, you know, I think you know that in a game like this, all that matters is getting the round. Doesn't matter how you get there.
You can.
All good. Fuck it, don't tilt. It
All good.
happens.
It's a captain. Trying to keep them in it. Oi, oi, oi.
I mean, Hunter's no stranger to this. Even thinking back to the major out in Copenhagen, in the game that could have seen them make it to playoffs or not. You had that famous James crash back in the day. He's been on both sides of this.
That's true. I mean, that got G2 through that game.
And, you know, the very first words out of his mouth were just, don't tilt, don't tilt.
Nothing beats the atmosphere of the Lanxess. And nothing beats a major. We are very lucky to be here, Cologne. And what a day we have coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I know this series has been fantastic, super close, down to the wire. And I know a lot of folks at home and here in Cologne excited for that next quarterfinal as well. Falcons versus Vitality. You know, when G2 Spirit is delivered this much, I think it really gets you amped up for that next one.
Yeah, you got to save your voice for the semis as well. Have you got soaking it in?
Yeah, it's quite a unique experience, I guess, right? Just some time to sit back, take it all in. Trying to not let this get under his skin. How do you do after cooling off? Wonder if anyone's going to call a timeout on the other end of this.
All right, yeah, well, if I was sore, I definitely would.
But, you know, we heard what Hunter said to the gang. We heard what he was trying to put across. I think the message was made clear.
Cologne, one more time. Give it up for the Roaring Bears. every year showing up in style. Ooh, ah.
Nurse is in good spirits. He's liking this. Liking the backing track to this timeout.
Even Vitality might get cheers today. Lucky them.
And there is this unshakable feeling that at the end of a timeout like this, anything could happen.
Yeah, I think Spirit are going to come in slow, right? T-side, they know G2 9 times out of 10 are going to force buy. We've had force buys every single time after
And they've
Pistol.
been pretty lucrative.
Yeah, it's definitely worked out. As said, G2 has stormed every start of the half, so I don't think Spirit are going to be rushing a bomb site. I think they're going to want to get acclimatized, do some mid-control. Be silly to take a break this long without being able to talk and just jump into a fast site hit. For now, G2, we're still waiting. We don't even have Heavy God back in the server.
I mean, I'll say this, if he is able to bounce back from this kind of a timeout after just sitting there, you're nothing short of impressed.
Yeah. This guy is the top-rated player of the series right now.
Been able to stand up to Donk every step of the way. As the guy they put on him throughout Dust2 has a very important role to play. And sure, this third map has been all about Mattis and kind of the heights he's been able to reach. But if you're G2, you know you want Heavy God online as well. I think we all do at this point.
From the floor to the ceiling, packed out in the Lanxess, and it's only a Friday afternoon.
I think, you know, a lot of the top squads haven't been shy in talking about it, the pressure that a major brings. But, you know, even within that, the idea that it's been 10 years since we were out here at Cologne at a major. This was already, you know, the most coveted trophy in Counter-Strike, the most sought after. And now with major status attached to it, I think that has dialed the pressure up to 11. That's why it feels so cool to see a squad like G2 taking this high pressure, high stress environment and actually thriving within it.
At the same time, will the storylines align, right? We have Fallen, who's in Furia. He's managed to make it through a very difficult quarterfinal. All the same, in his return at Cologne, 10 years on from the major that he won with SK. Certainly the front runner for the final on their side of the bracket versus a defending champion in Spirits. But it appears we have a bit of a break. We will be waiting for Heavy God to return. Let's throw you down to the desk.
To verify ownership of a Steam account, and it's an issue that I don't think anybody's seen before, so we don't know how exactly long it will be taken to resolve this issue. But when you're in these moments, Dupree, I'm sure you've been in them.
Yep.
Players can't talk, right? Just in case anybody doesn't know about that, during a technical issue, players are not allowed to talk to each other. What are you doing in this moment to not lose focus of the game?
I think the best thing you can do is just keep your headset on actually, and just keep trying to be in the zone. But it is very hard to stay in the zone because, as you just mentioned, you're not allowed to talk, and you can't even do any no signals whatsoever, and you don't even get any info if the problem is about to be resolved or what the issue is. So you're just stuck in a loop with your own thoughts, and that's a killer at some point. You just sit there in your own thoughts. You're on stage, and even coming off of the back of a situation that will not be restarted. It's a tilter. And I think Hunter, he actually addressed it. He came into we had a bit of listening to what he was saying in the C-ping. He's like, don't tilt. It's what happens. Because this is what can break players, They had the upper hand, then on the technical side something happens that's out of their hands, and now they've lost all the momentum, and it's so difficult to sit in.
I think there is a lot of talking, but only in your brain, only to yourself. Only that inner voice is there, and there's a couple of ways that I used to deal with it. I was always going through the playbook of all the strats that I have, even though I know them. I kind of wanted to memorize them, and even though I cannot talk to my teammates, I kind of made my brain occupied, make sure that, okay, this is the game plan, and I try to memorize everything that I can just to keep my sanity alive, so to speak. And another thing is that finally these players have a chance to look up from their monitors and see all of you guys, and see this arena, and see the fans, and kind of absorb this energy, because when you're locked in, when you're in the round, there is nothing like that.
Yes, it's absolutely spectacular, and I am hearing maybe tech issue is resolved, so I do believe we can get back into game.
All right, Cologne, we've got him back in the server. Now let's do a bit of a temperature check. Who's going to those semi-finals? Is it going to be Spirit? Is it going to be G2? Let's find out.
Pistol in the bag for Team Spirit, 8-round T-side for G2. A force buy comes in straight away. And we are back to the races. No pause, no chat. Just straight into a B hit.
Flash out towards middle. They're looking for a scrap here. Hunter leads the charge. Now that B hit comes in for Team Spirit. Mattis on the line. Had hot hands before that tech timeout. But smoked off here. He's going to be a little slower. Tania able to deal with some pious on that first turn through the window. And a follow-up from Shiro. Net Spirit, a comfortable post-plant, one that G2 right off. They're going to try and make out with these guns, head out while they can. Play with them in the next. Gap starts to close.
It's the first time Spirit have converted. Maybe I speak too soon. We still need to see this next round from G2. That is a chance for Spirit to get acclimatized on this T-side of Mirage and get back in this major playoff match. G2 say what they got, but ultimately called out of spawn. Spirit go for a very risky B-pop. It works perfectly. G2 are too busy fighting in middle.
Terrorists win.
And you've got to give it to Magic, sometimes making these very, very risky calls. Did the same against 90. The desk highlighted it coming into this series. You know, a 12-10 down on Dust2, charging a B hit. It kept them back in the game. G2 have to avoid that feeling of this being taken out of their hands. They have to fight for it. So another chance with the saved rifle and SMGs.
G2 always threatening in these rounds. Looking to remain active. They'll go and take away space out towards ramp. Knowing they don't have the weaponry to go in for this mid fight. That's a Spirit get it uncontested. Now Heavy God is committing to this backstab, but look at Zontix. Look at the line he's holding. Oh, he's just decided to leave. Timing going a bit awry here. So this flank from Heavy God closing in. Still eyes set on this B site. Nerds can't get out with a thing. Entry comes through for Team Spirit. There's the response. Some biased Eagle. Cover from Mattis up on this boost. Is this going to get away from Team Spirit? One for Magic's out in the back line. Gives them a moment of pause. That backstab gets shut down. They keep their wits about them. Spirit closing in.
Consider it converted. 1 round game now. And G2 have everything to play with, everything to play for. Orp on Sunpius on this CT side.
I mean, look, there's absolutely no denying it. This is like the ultimate test of character for this G2 squad. Because sure, Hunter was saying the right things, trying to keep them locked in, telling the team, this happens. Don't tilt, stay focused. The captain has said the right stuff, but it's now on to every individual on this squad to show that it hasn't gotten to them. This is a team that's all about composure, about playing together, believing in each other. And so this is the truest test of that, maybe in their entire major run yet. Team Spirit know they've been handed a golden opportunity, a way back in to this quarterfinal.
Mattis was a hero of the T side. He gets a chance to do it again. He is in a crazy position with Hunter baiting for him. There is potential on this play for Mattis.
Out the window, he falls right in. Donk with an entry. Terrifying sight to behold. There's more of Spirit. Charge through the apartments. And no contest on this B site. Spirit is staring a tie game dead in the face.
Oh, that hurts for Mattis, man. He had the drop on Donk. He got him down low. He just fell off the windowsill. It soaks that extra second for a bullet to connect. Donk hard clears Hunter. They know he can't be far after jump spotting on the car. So Spirit pieces together 2 simple B pops. Have got them well and truly back in this game, and they are punishing as well. Orb denial. Shiro can save it, and he can wreak more havoc on the way out too. Team Spirit, slowly but steadily, getting back in this game. And they don't save the orb, they save a little over the orb. That just screams that Spirit want to keep doing these pops, these quick sight hits. Not playing out of default, not working the mid control. Why else would you keep a Galil?
Timeout called in. Saw likely feeling a bit of tension here, how swimmingly things were going, but nervous with this 4-round streak built up by Team Spirit. That big lead that G2 were able to grab, disintegrating. So we better have some words of inspiration, because Spirit have not set a foot wrong since moving on to this T side.
It's late in the game like this, so you remind yourself that Spirit have all the stats in their favor at this event, right? Coming off the back of course, clean runs through both stages, but this is a team that's the best at 4v5s at this event, the second best at 5v4s, the best trading at this event. Magic's one of the best flash players on this T side. This is where G2 have every reason to get a little bit worried. Got to calm their nerves. 2 rifles on the bottom performers. Be a hell of a time for them to come alive.
Bit of face out here towards middle. Is there intent behind that? Heavy God seems to think so. Tucked in behind these boxes. ready to play at a moment's notice. Smoke starts to fade. Nert's taking contact, and they'll trade it between them.
Oh, no.
Nert swings out for a little bit more. And G2 trying to set the record straight. Instantly on the back of that timeout, they swing for the fences. They risk it on a mid-fight, and they come out all the better for it. Tanir's got nowhere safe to turn. 30 seconds left. G2 closing in on him. Even now, they've already done enough to win the round.
They just push every advantage here. No, it's on the window smoke fade, puts the pressure on. That's when Heavy God jumps in from connector, and G2 just send it. They know whether or not they chase this gun down, it won't really matter. Spirit are off the back of 4 rounds in a row, so they've got money for days. What's more important is keeping yourself up on the CT side. So G2 run away with rifles off the back of a lower economy round win, first of the half. First CT round in the last 10.
G2 take an active stance here. Clear on ramp very, very early. Already seen Heavy God be willing to commit to these backstabs, these long flanks. So Pie's going to drop off a bit more util just to try and help out this B site. There has been a bit of a object of desire for Team Spirit. They're set up to go there right now. 3 players in the apartments, 2 let loose around middle.
Just gonna
be blocked at the minute mark, and you might not suspect another smoke ready to come down. They really feel like their only option here is to play through. Mattis, top of the charts, feeling some pressure here as the util reigns in. Caught from short, but he lives to tell the tale.
Ow.
He gets away. There's support from Hunter. Tanir very separated from this site here, but the duel's getting won by Team Spirit. Hunter, oh, that's a crazy flick back. Job's not done. Captain still has a big part to play in this round. Hunter paints them up with damage. Will he be able to finish the job? No, Shiro shuts him down. And Heavy God too far away to play. Spirit meet them head on at that B site. And they come out laughing. Hunter, the only guy to put up numbers, and it wasn't enough. Even the clear on Heavy God.
Yeah, that feels like Tanir's most impactful round of this playoff game so far. A huge lurk up connector, cuts G2 out with no support for Hunter. He was buying so much time. He gets Donk to whiff on him. He finds this kill. He is buying all the time you can ask for one player, but Tanir's cutting off rotates. He's cutting off heads. And he doesn't allow the save, so massive impact from Tanir in this round despite Hunter's best efforts, and it feels like the end of Dust2 again. In vain. As Spirit, they have just gone for sight hit after sight hit in this T side. Donk again starting under half health after grenades. G2 have tracked him down well with their util. It has still not resulted in the rounds they desire. Flash nade on the smoke, what a combo.
It's a great opening. You feel a huge degree of freedom with Donk out of the round. But Spirit still trying to commit with this. They go right into the Sun Pious AWP. Flashes leave everyone blind, and in amidst the chaos, Heavy God threads the needle. Dual back ramp side, Short loses out to Palace. But fighting a losing battle here are Team Spirit.
Can't win this round, Spirit. Don't even try.
I mean, the lull in the action has made G2 second guess. They've even sent players back over to B. A-Hole made a little bit weaker, still 3 strong here. Nothing being provided. You're gonna have to earn every inch of ground if you do want to try and recover this 2v4. Surely they know just how unlikely that is. Priority seems to be hold on to this AWP, hold on to the AK, Spirit, head out of there. They're remaining competitive here, but G2 are not willing to renege on the lead.
G2 need their guns just as much, more so than Spirit. I love that combo on ramp, man. Getting the HE into the flash. Heavy God able to force the kill onto Donk. Today, you know, Donk hasn't been the carry here for Team Spirit. Sure, he's top of the board on 2 of the 3 maps. It hasn't felt like that same X factor, with the exception of Dust, of course. A couple of key clutches, key multi-kills. Hasn't been a one-man army for Spirit. Whether that's reassuring or worrying is up for debate. At this point, it's down to whether they can continue this comeback. G2, a temporary lead. And what is otherwise a very successful T-side for Spirit, but 2 rounds shut down by saves. Spirit need their opening move to connect.
G2 are kind of chasing the dragon in the literal sense here, right? The idea that you could try and break Spirit right at the tail end of Mirage, and that would have massive consequences. Deciding map where pressure's at the highest, you want Spirit to have as little as you can force them to have. Wow. What a display from Nerds. Called forth by the Molly, he gets involved, and with Sumpires there to help him.
Chase me down.
It's all coming together for G2. Mattis up next. Was a rock in that first half. Can't afford to give them a way in now, as desperate times calling for desperate measures out of Spirit.
You just don't want to save, but again, your opening move has failed you. What are you going to do? It's a 3v5. Every position has 2 players on it. They don't know, not yet. Mattis waits. 20 seconds to pounce.
Swings out early, catches 1. Bomb retrieved, and now it's on to the captain. Hunter on this line. There's the spot for Tanir, and Nerds arrives just in time.
Shiro was never going for this. He was never even interested. He hoped they could get the bomb down so he could come back on short. This was a save before the hit. And the money is a problem for Spirit. It's starting to build that way. As G2 find 11 rounds, maybe it would have been better to save in the 3v5. But that is back-to-back rounds for Team Spirit, where the opening gambit has shut them down completely. G2 come in with a move.
And this is G2 finally getting that reward. Broken money for Team Spirit at this scoreline.
And they're buying up.
They've put everything they can into this round.
Is this Overpass all over again? Remember the reckless investments with Spirit. We had 3 or 4 rounds where they force ball round after round at the end of that game.
This one is similar. You're meant to give Donk a rifle, and he does the rest. Now Donk's been the guy getting shut down in these opening moves. Is the confidence there for him to be a difference maker? G2 know that if they win this, they have not just 3 opportunities, but an easy round in front of them to try and secure those semi-finals. This is what it's all been for.
Without a bomb plant, Spirit won't have an AK. They've got to make this site hit work one way or the other. Heavy God, the hero of G2, standing tall across this major run into the playoffs, is alone in this bomb site.
Sumpires Orb nearby to try and support him. Can get cut out by utility. How many shots does Sumpires get off? Now they hand it over to Heavy God, but he can't find anything. Dead straight away. Again, the flashes meet that AWP. Zontic's dead, but Donk still plows forward. They're asking this guy to do everything, and there's a limit to what he's capable of.
What?
Backstab for Shiro, nets him a post plant, a strong post plant at that. They're just going to chase down this bomb plant, and now it's all on Shiro.
He's clutch.
If there's a miss you can't afford to have for some Pius, it's this one. You gotta deal with him. The second he plays his hand, one missed shot can cost you so dearly. Shiro, they're sticking this, and he never even gives the fight. Some Pius nails it. The victory is right there. G2's fate is in their hands.
And Shiro does 0 in this post plant. G2, their best opportunity yet. Is it all over for Team Spirit? A coachless timeout, the second in this series for this squad as they soak up what could be their last few seconds on this stage. G2 are electric. They were never meant to be in conversation in this series. This was never meant to be a contest. And now G2 sits seconds away from the biggest upset, from taking out the defending champions in the Lanxess.
And the Cathedral has spoken. Chance of send them home. A Spirit head broken in what might be their last round in the Lanxess.
Oh, Donk almost punished, nade on the smoke. Donk putting it down to risk, running right past that spam.
That's just not the way you want to lose your superstar, right out there on that island in mid, taking the risk of running across. He braves that spray, lives to tell the tale. But to think every fight you go for feels defining. Every peak could be your final moment in Cologne. It's a hell of a lot of pressure the Spirit are playing with. G2, they'll open this up. And it's Donk, Spirit's main character, dead first. Tania gonna try and help. Gets one from the window boost. They set their sights on this A play right in as some Pius. Heavy got caught. Hunter dead as well. This could still get out of control. This could still get out of hand. Some Pius on this AWP. And Mattis is the top performer. They've got to bring this one home for G2. Now it's just some Pius and this one, you're dead.
That is Tania's biggest round.
Finally has his moment. And what a moment it is! The struggling player for Team Spirit has kept them in the major yet.
4 frags with Donk dead in a 4v5. And Tania knocks them out cold. G2, a second shot. This will be their best one. This will break the bank. Heavy guard, another chance. Crash in the pistol. Been trying to come back to the form he's given us all major long. Burning under. Spirit levy themselves with an execute. Everybody coming in, no lurks.
Oh, he's gonna get one. Does his part in the round. Now it's down to the rest of G2. Nerds plays through this smoke, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Feels like numbers more important than giving it away. Nades rain in to try and bully him back at spawn.
Molly.
It's chaotic here. Mattis only good for one.
Donk in the late round. Do you save or do you go?
No way.
Oh, yeah.
G2, they don't feel like they can go for it. Their money's on the line.
Spirit, don't jump the gun. Don't let them back in. Zontix hears his steps. He's there to shut it down. Hunter gets the kill, and suddenly you're enticed again. If Spirit are peeking you, if they're overplaying, they can let you back in. But G2 realize, no kit. It's not realistic. Team Spirit have had to dig deep time and time in this series. And now it is just one more round.
Terrorists win.
Spirit feel like they hold all the cards. G2, it's those two saved rifles and a scrapped together buy to try and get this one over the line.
And that's why you save your timeouts. No better time for it.
This is the last bit of calm before the storm.
Can Spirit stay stable?
You can see the sweat on Hunter's forehead. This has been a draining decider of a match. And I think there might be more rounds right around the corner.
4 hours of gameplay has led to this moment. For some, the biggest moment in their careers. Cologne, let me hear you!
No one making moves early here in round 24. Pressure like a vacuum holds this CT side in place. Everyone sticking to their guns. No curiosity, no over-rotating, just a standard, plain as you like, 3-2 setup. They're waiting for Spirit to make that first move.
Heavy got his had swings, he's had misses, he's had moments, but again, he is back on this A site. The trick is Mattis hiding in plain sight behind the boxes. Team Spirit, this is everything. Tanir's on the lug, they've got to hit hard.
Detail comes in. The defining moments, the defining chapter. Swing out from Mattis, but Heavy got hot on the heels, ready to punish. Side take slows, trying to lend a bit of time to this mid player while Zontic spams Nerds out of the conversation. Man up for Team Spirit. Time for G2 to do the same or get sent back in. Only some pious to stop this overtime, and they're toying with him. Barrel seen going in a hostile territory, coming to terms with the fact that if he doesn't clutch up, there's more rounds in it yet. Spirit, dig deep. They did so with next to nothing. 3 in a row, right back into overtime. The battle for the semi-finals continues.
They come off the back of complete broken economy, but no broken mental. We've been crediting G2 with stability all series long, but Team Spirit will not go down without a fight into overtime again. They did so on Dust2. They did not waste their opportunity. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Some Pius with a swing and a miss, and Heavy God, they've been making him feel real uncomfortable. Nerds has just provided the cover.
Ooh.
Heavy God gets a few more seconds to try and find impact, but they are seconds, and they pass by quickly. Nades rain in on some Pius. The streak looking to continue for Team Spirit. Mattis does what he can, but this is a losing battle. Hunter, dead after one. And you saw G2 always skirting away from these clutches. Well, here in OT does the record change. Mattis was that top performer. He was the guy who started this on a real high. And now he's G2's only hope. Misses this timing on Zontix, but will he be able to catch him? Not aware of that reposition out towards the jungle. He has missed it at every single turn. Mattis can't figure out where they are. There's the spawn wrap. There's a freebie.
He's walking.
Time is working against Mattis, and Zontic's able to get to position. Spirit's model stoic, keeping his calm, shut down! Mattis, flick of the wrist, as he snatches that one away! A moment of triumph in a sea of defeat for G2, as Mattis just put them back on course.
Some players know how to use crowds. They know what the yell means. They know the timing's a miss, but Mattis doesn't have that experience. He doesn't know where to look. He is checking everything in that 1v1 as Zontic's ice cold walks back around the spawn. Mattis checks it and doesn't have a second to spare. G2 break that 3-round streak. They start off OT.
Sometimes just getting that first round on the board is the hardest, right? You've been on the receiving end of all these losses, the confidence starts to diminish, but then you see Mattis do that. I think that's going to refocus G2 a hell of a lot. That was Spirit in full control, and the will of one man able to power G2 through it.
Heavy God has had a hell of a series, but he is getting jumped on this CT side, on the A side. He is having trouble. So it's good to see G2 able to bail him out of rounds. He got them here. They are not wasting that chance. An opening kill for Sunpius' orb, but Spirit take the site.
They've got the control. You really wanted that trade on Shiro. Now he's a problem for later in the round. They try and catch up by stopping this bomb plant, but Heavy God's missed his timing. You're always going to be looking over your shoulder, wondering where the hell did Shiro get to. It's a reroute all the way around to the ramp side, just setting up to play around this bomb. Flash out for Sunpius, meant to signal the start of this retake. You got to get past this double hole cleanly. Donk and Magic's patrol towards the spawn. And Donk, this one feels personal. 2 quick headshots, he's turned it all around. Trying to chase down Sunpius as he looks to get out of this with anything by his side. Spirit bounce right back in OT.
It's been a difficult game for Donk here. You know, at times he was negative in the second half of this map. Felt like they were going to go out with a whimper, that G2 were going to do the impossible. But now a couple more multi-kills have hit the server from Donk. Spirit trade rounds. This T-side has done them very well. Donk is not done yet. G2 know it. Hits him square in the face. And this is an overtime that Spirit absolutely should not be calling timeouts, should not be giving that time for composure. This is the experienced squad, in-game leader or not, against a core of first-time major playoff appearances. A G2 organization who missed back-to-back major playoffs after losing their star power duo of Nico and Monesi. But they have not relented. They have fought hard. Neck and neck this entire series. It's time to split the difference on the half.
Shiro gonna try his hand at an opener here. Jump the Mattis. Lucky to not get caught on. Now respond with some nades in kind, and they bring Shiro down to half. It's the CT side that G2 struggled on. It's here where they had that tech pause, sapping them of a bit of momentum, coming in maybe a little frustrated. But left now with this feeling in OT, if they could snatch 2 rounds, what does that mean? On the half they've struggled on most. To be playing this one for Team Spirit, 3 players out towards the apartments. Tania again embarking on one of these lurks. And this B hit's coming in right now. Hunter, Mattis, both of them have had big moments here for G2, but you can't afford to slow down now. Mattis gonna open things up. Dead after 1, Hunter gets overlooked. Shiro with a much-needed trade, and Tanir's backstab rounds it out for Team Spirit.
just shoot you in the face, they shoot you in the back, you don't know where to look on this sight hit. That's an Lurk coming up with gold again for Team Spirit, and Donk dodging death behind the sight every time. Team Spirit.
Keep your focus, boys. Everything is fine. 13-13. We fucking continue the fight, round by round. Don't get stressed, don't get anything extra. Just play the game.
It's a bit late to not get stressed. Team Spirit that step closer. G2 back to T-side, but boy, it's been some time since their 8-round opening half.
Really, really has. Maybe looking to go back to some of this B site abuse. It's only Magic's there. Zontic's floating around on short, meant to provide a helping hand. But will be at the mercy of Util, the mercy of this Sun Pious Orb. Had a chance, albeit a slim one. But the attempt at the opener eludes G2.
G2 shut the blinds. They take away the information on middle. Zontix is going hunting for that info. He's trying to find where G2 are ending up. He thinks it's clear. That's far from the case. Hunter might now silent lurk. He's got a con smoke ready. G2 getting ready to pounce on this B bomb site, but it's a bit of a misread here for Spirit. They're rotating a man out. Magix is about to confirm this. He sees something.
Yeah, that spot instantly calls Zontix back, so he will be here. Ready for the fight in front of him. Flashes go in and complement this, and now the hit from G2. 3 players out through the apartments. Zontix with an opening. They've got to deal with these site players very, very quickly, or else this can get away from them. Zontix brushed aside, but here comes Shiro on rotation. And now it starts to go against them in a very big way. A losing battle at the B site. And Hunter, no part to play in this round. G2 cannot believe it. They had all these chances to close, these opportunities that were denied, and now Spirit arrive on semi-finals point.
Team Spirit's captain show it's not always about the kills you get, it's the kills you don't give away. That one jump spot gets all the information. Zontix is back in time. Magix buys an eternity at the back of the bomb site. He does not concede the kill that G2 need to put that bomb down. Spirit, semi-final points, 2 chances. G2, that rush of emotion. The floor getting ripped from underneath them. And they are tumbling back to earth. Can anyone slow it down? G2 have done more than anyone could ask for, anyone could expect. But to come this close and still not close, it's a game they will never forget. 3 rounds in regulation, and now the script flipped.
They're going to try and get out B again. It was fruitful to them back in regulation. Things have changed now that we've hit OT. Magic's calling for rotations for now, alone in this defense. Sun Pious Orb going to deliver you one hell of a shot there on a donk as he tries to nail the crossing. And a follow-up for Sun Pious, putting a bit of fire back into G2. Just when you think you're ready to give up on them, they show you what they've demonstrated this whole major run, and that's a hell of a lot of perseverance. A refusal to go down without a fight.
Just every reason to doubt this team at every step. Be it the finisher of stage 3, up against one of the most prolific teams in Counter-Strike, prolific organizations in Na'Vi. Felt like that was going to be the celebration of G2 at this major, making it into the playoffs. Round of applause, but no, they still want more on this stage. They still want another overtime. Will Spirit give it to them? Double orb comes in. That might be the first one of the series. Magic's going to lock down the B apartment. Zontix gets a lot more freedom, and good for that because he has showed up in this third map. G2 go quick to mid.
To change the questioning, are G2 ready for it?
Look at the
Fast pace on this round. Look at Nerds go. Same can be said for this split out through short.
Magic's.
And this double orb now has to be game defining. Magic's. It's not what he wanted. 2 misses. Don't try to fill his shoes. Some pious orb delivers. Nerds cutting them down. Another overtime right there and up for the taking. And Shiro might be clutch, but not all clutches are created equal. Dead as he makes his way. G2, composed, keep it together.
We go again. The game that keeps on giving.
And you just absolutely have to admire the resilience on display from G2.
Yeah.
From the tech pause in this second half. Remaining focused, giving up these chances to close, but hauling it back in OT.
3 map points they couldn't finish. 2 for Spirit, same story. First to 19 now. And the orbs duel in middle. New overtime means new positions, mean new round openers for both teams. So Shiro plucks umpires from this round.
With the impact he's had in these overtimes, that's a loss the G2 are feeling. Got to do it without their star-studded AWPer.
Oh, he gets
that's his dead as Shiro finally having his round. That AWP strangles the mid-hit from G2.
Felt like that trade was there for Mattis, but Donk distracts him, drags him into a fight. Shiro gets his second shot off, triple kill for the orb. And G2 have to catch their breath. They know this one's not winnable. Doesn't mean they can look away.
Yeah, we got a Nerds. Don't look like they've given up on this round yet. Waiting behind this smoke in the apartments. They've got 3 players to get past at this B side, but as time ticks down, Spirit might dismantle this stack. You know, looking at the clock, you might just anticipate a save. Nade finds good damage for Magic's. That's and Heavy God now make their move right into him.
Magic's is trying just not to be a problem on this CT side. He's had some rough rounds as an individual, so he just lets his team swim in, and that is all 5 for Shiro. Orb to AK. An ace to kick off the next overtime.
I mean, how can Spirit not love that, right? Right as Pius has had massive impact in those final 2 rounds of OT. Not only does Shiro get rid of him first, but then goes on to find all 5 in the round.
His first ace
a message sent from Shiro. Anything you can do, I can do better. And we're leaving to see someone who's had his crumbles in high-pressure moments stepping up here deep into the overtimes at the end of a 3rd map. The top performer right now for Team Spirit.
All nades used here by Team Spirit. 1 molly remains. G2 early in their round. Mid control conceded. Look to use it on a split again. Heavy God in the apartments. Final smokes down on the field. G2 move up cat. If Donk broke this smoke, Shiro would get the vision, but Spirit don't want to initiate. It's silent now for G2. They
Big test for Zontix and Magix. Zontix boxed into this corner. It won't get out with more than one. Rotate's going to start to arrive, but it's a little hectic, a little scrambled here. Tanier holds off. Good thing he does too, this Sumpire Sorp, waiting to try and punish. Sees the first few players crossing and will get his. One back for Tanier, but the victory is short-lived as once more it comes down to Shiro having to be the difference maker. Sumpire just isn't letting up. Hasn't left this angle. Determined that eventually they're just going to walk right into his crosshair. Ooh. Timing goes awry, Shiro gets out, but time working against him. A backstab from Nerds. G2 answering straight back.
Back and forth we go. And Sumpires, he's given you reasons to doubt him over these past 18 months, but where he shows up is the stage. The X factor here for G2 all across this series. And once he got going on Overpass, you could feel it. Besting Donk round after round.
Here's a bit of a change from Hunter, calling something out of spawn, just an A set piece in what has been a B-dominated set of overtime games. Mattis leading the charge. Smoke's broken open. Donk, 5v4 for Spirit. Their golden boy finds them that opening. Nerds dead, Magic's arriving on rotation. All of Spirit here, jumping at the bit for a clean CT finish. Sumpire's playing it forward. That swing and a miss costs you dearly. Heavy guard in a world of hurt. They're all around him. Spirit closes in.
And no lead has felt like enough across this series. Both teams have thrown away match points. Both teams have lost leads. And so at no point can Spirit get comfortable with this advantage. But we've heard those comms from Saw getting more and more stressed as this series has gone on. G2 know they've had the best opportunities. They've had Spirit down, but never out across Dust2 and Mirage. Every reason for them to already be in the semi-finals, but Spirit don't just fight back, they hit harder. 17-16 in their favor. Does Magix have a gun? There we go. Little late throwing nades. Spirit feign mid-presence. Waiting for Tanier out under again. Grand plan getting put into place by Team Spirit. Shuffling nades for this A offensive. And again, Heavy God, it's felt hard. I feel like the best he's done on this CT side has just been these 1-for-1s on the A site. Spirit have made it their goal to flush this player out of under balcony every single time. His classic position, once again, implored. Burns off the top. Team Spirit get closer and closer.
So much pressure getting put on. Heavy God's whittled down before he's even seen a single player from Team Spirit.
Bomb's gonna go back, look at the map.
Tanier trying to keep that back door open. And so it's pivotal here that Mattis doesn't rotate out of position, because he's the one guy that could disrupt this round. There's a lot of pressure being put on A. It's drawn all of G2 over.
They need to play 20 seconds.
Mattis never moved a muscle, left himself in the right place. That bomb is now going into enemy territory with no time to change its mind. Sumpire's gonna get one more, but they think this is a fake. That B site is left wide open. This is one of the wildest rounds. Magix does all this for a bomb plant. And he's gonna be left in a clutch. 1v4 for the captain. Molly to try and slow this down. But Magix knows that might not make the difference. Got to back his aim here as all of G2. Bias does it bigger! Bias does it better! Team Spirit, their captain, has just done the impossible!
The Butcher with the cleaver cuts down G2's hopes and dreams.
You were just lost for words. The pit of despair that has just engulfed G2 is like no other.
Magic with 1v4s on major stages. It's like Antwerp all over. An absolutely shocking round.
You see the difference in reactions. Donk laughing away. Magix has just had his mind blown at the feat that he has been able to accomplish.
That's got to be it. Look at G2. Heads in hands.
It's very, very rare that you're able to point to one round that stopped the run dead, but I think we just witnessed it right there.
Yeah, that's a round of dreams. The round of nightmares. The round that surely sends Team Spirit to the semis. G2, we've called them calm, we've called them stable. This entire run through this quarterfinal. This is the ultimate test. You have just handed the bottom performer in the server an anomaly. And the Lanxess flips. They want blood. Team Spirit let them stew in it. Mid-control. The gamble. G2 hedge their bets on that B bomb site. It has been brutal. Spirit have been popping all game long. And they look to do it again, this time from mid. Is this the final blow?
You're telling yourself, if you're Spirit, you've never had a better chance. You know how crushed G2 are feeling in this moment. And you know that if that wasn't enough to inspire them, what is? Donk. There's the opening. Tag back on a Sun Pius as everyone from Spirit just feasting on these opening kills. And now their cup is running over. They've got options in this round. Nerds could call it into question. That's the bomb spotted out there on short. Nerds keeps his composure.
Whoa.
Shot from Sun Pius as again this offense is split. Bomb dropped and Shiro now tries to make his move. That nade bank just falls shy of Nerds, but Shiro
He's got it!
seconds the difference.
Not another clutch.
Back-to-back clutches to seal G2's fate. At this point, you feel like anything could happen in this 1v2. The Lords of Counter-Strike are out the window. Shiro dead. G2 against all odds. They are just the team that refuse to die.
It will not go down easy. A clutch too far in this one. G2 hold their heads above water. Maybe Spirit trying to do too much, hitting both bomb sites with two players at the same time, leaves Shiro with no supports. And cross your heart, G2, you are still here on this major stage for one more round at least. Either Spirit semi-final or triple overtime on Mirage. The decider that refuses to quit. Mattis makes a move, tired of being sat back on his B-bomb site, flash deep into the apartments, he hunts down Tania. G2, they take matters into their own hands. Never afraid to be the initiators. And with Heavy God up in Palace, I mean, you could abandon this A site if you want, you could gamble on B. Sampire spots middles, he sees nothing. Flashing Nerds for a window peek the same. Two players sit on this B site. Spirit, do or die.
This is it, the deciding moment, and they catch nades out. Nerds on rotation. Back up for Hunter. Bait and switch, but the bait's not even necessary because Hunter's lit them up. Another overtime is right there, and Hunter sees it through for G2.
More big game plays from Big Game Hunter.
And now, those nerves that G2 were maybe starting to feel as that last overtime was set to go against them, they give way to smiles.
These Kovacs know how to put on a show. We're just getting started.
Spirit have now had more opportunities to close this than G2 did in regulation. No one able to find that elusive round to lock in the semis. And so we go again.
Everybody wants that win.
I mean, players are not secretive, right? There are some trophies that just stand out about all others, and we so often say it's the majors, it's Cologne, it's Krakow. Well, this is a fusion of two of them. This is a trophy you watched when you were young, you dreamed of competing for, and now they're all here vying for their chance to get their hands on it. Sampayas, he says G2 ain't going anywhere.
Near behind them, he spotted one more rotation. B is weak, but the bomb has been left behind. Magix walks a smoke. This one's getting a little bit weird as Sampayas has the support of Heavy God. He might just bail him out. You don't see an orb under the balcony very often, and so Magix finds him quickly. Bomb still not retrieved, and look at Mattis on that flank. He's going to find it.
He might just uproot this entire thing. Magic's on the reload. There's no better time for him to punish. Talk about value. And Tania now is sandwiched between a rock and a hard place. He's got 20 seconds. Everything is against him. Time ticking down. Players closing in. And there's nowhere left to run. There's nowhere left to hide for Tania. There is no winning at this 1v3. Tries to force a fight they will give him, but a losing battle for Tania as time decides the outcome. Look at the laser focus on G2.
I mean, they were sweating overtimes ago. They look done. They look dead after that 1v4 for Magix. But they have the lead again, and just when you're out, they pull you right back in. The Lanxess doesn't even know who they want to win. We're just here for the game. Hunter making moves again. That spam for Don connects. Does he realize? There's more in store through the smoke. Sixth sense.
Ow!
He makes the ghosts. Two dead in the middle. Shiro on the smoke. 4v2 for Spirit. They sit back.
Heavy God. Oh, whoa. We'll find a thing.
Wait, oh my, don't go back.
That's the bomb. Tania bringing it in a little bit later. And thankfully, timing missed for Mattis, so he will get by. No punish from this big flank. And it might just be a safe call forced, holding onto that AK going forward.
AK provides more value than anything else at this point. You're not winning this one. Spirit lock in place, have every flank contained. So a chance to breathe in a game that has offered very little respite. 4.5 hours into this quarterfinal.
Well, look, this one feels important. G2, they've been playing catch-up the entire time. It's always been them trying to, from the back foot, lock in extra chances to play. Spirit have controlled the game in OT. They've been the guys with multiple chances to take Mirage and with it those semis. Does that trend continue? Will it be another requirement of a flawless half from G2 if they want to win it? That feels like it's asking too much. Spirit set their sights on this A-bomb site. They come through with a full exec. And now they look to make their move. 3 strong here for the G2 squad. Nerds spotted there on the push. It's the Sumpius orb to get the ball rolling. Play through that smoke, gets shut down. Sumpius missed opportunity to claw back this 3-on-3, but Hunter's made up for it. Bomb now planted. No one feeling comfortable. Sumpius leaves a mark. Mattis steps in, big boots to fill. And another clutch Ostov from Spirit's captain. The last one, it felt like a miracle. The miracles really happened twice. Magic's, oh, he seems to think so. Hunter's right there, and Magic's is aware. Playing with him, toying with him. Time is real close.
He's got it!
Hunter gets it done. The Spirit Magic might be over. 2 in this overtime for G2.
Oh, it just felt meant to be. From bottom of the server, Magic's resurgence will be studied, but it may still leave Spirit lacking here come the end of Mirage, because G2 have a lead. First time in a minute. A heroic effort from Sumpius across this series. More will be required. Boost up in middle, Donk. He's hit hard, he's also died a lot in this game for his standards. Is he just gonna offer up another 1-for-1? They can't afford it. He gets overwhelmed. Donk still holds down the line. Cover from Shiro won't connect. Donk can get out of here. No punish. G2 try. They do find him. Another 1-for-1 for Donk, and G2 take that every day of the week.
A very tense mid-round slowdown where no one wants to pick that next fight. Maybe apart from Heavy God, goes looking for an entry, ends up on the receiving end of a double CT setup.
Look at the reaction. Spirit immediately rotate. They either want to clean middle together or they want to go back to B, and for good reason. Zontix gets caught. Nerds with the bomb making smooth moves, but this is the bomb on the line against the captain of Spirit.
Can't afford to miss this. Knows that Nerds is right there with it. The round backs up into Magic's. Bomb now away from G2.
That might make up for it. Where are you going?
I mean, no bomb, it's no party. What are they supposed to do here? They're worlds apart, relying on kills, and they won't get found. Spirit tie us up again. 20 all. 41 rounds deep into this game now, and still no closer to knowing who goes to those semi-finals.
Spirit are doing this all without a coach. No Hallie, no Sotvic, no one behind them to offer that extra pair of eyes. Saw has been trying to keep them calm for 4 hours. Seems like an impossible task. And how can you isolate mistakes this late into a game of Mirage? It's fighting words, that's all you can offer. And Spirit don't have that support. 5 players with the dream of defending their championship in the Lanxess. And this was never meant to be the difficult game. It was meant to be that semi-final. Spirit are not there yet. G2 keep punching up.
Oh, swing and a miss, but Sumpius spammed out. Took a big risk looking for that entry. Been such a dependable piece for G2, but now sat by as to watch from the sidelines. As his team try and do it without him. Boost for Nerds. Oh, great timing. The Zontic's gonna swing. Feels like it, he comes back!
Wow.
Everywhere G2 have turned looking for this opening, they've come up short.
And they've seen Zontix on the other side of the map. They're probably tempted by B, thinking he's not in the site. That's because Donk was. He's just left as well. Spirit are trying to play mind games. They've left Magix alone.
Magic's alone at the B site. Dead with nothing done, and it might come down to a retake.
Gotta be Donk.
Donk plays ahead of the pack, doesn't wait for the rest of his team. Knows that if one guy can make a difference, he is that guy. Shiro shuts down the next. Team Spirit again with a chance to close on those semis.
How many chances is enough? G2 are broken. This is the worst buy yet in the overtimes gone by. And Donk just throws himself into fights you've never even seen before. In what was an empty B-bomb site, and Magix just says thank you. They keep each other alive, but G2 want to force another overtime.
We were nearly on the verge of a big clash out there towards middle. Both teams decide to end it in a stalemate with the arrival of Donk.
One decision, one wrong step, one missed shot, you are done. You go home with 1,000 what ifs. G2 gather together.
Donk, only good for the one. G2 want to demand more play.
Reset, surely. Get out of there. Don't give them the satisfaction of taking dry fights. G2 can group up and hit a bomb site together. It comes down to the read. It's a 50-50. Roll the dice.
We either see another overtime or Spirit claw back a 2-on-3.
Nobody's home.
They're out of position. Tania throwing in a bit of util is nothing more than a fake, a ruse. Because this stack's on the wrong side of the map.
Thank you for the room to plant, says Sumpire, as that bomb goes down. Spirit thrust into another impossible round. But they've done it before.
Hunter's low and he's wrapping all the way around to play that bomb. 1 point of health, no margin for error on his teammates. If they die, Hunter is in a tough position, even with the flank. Sumpire's gonna get forced out into the open. There's nothing he can do to counter this. There's nowhere safe to hide. Hunter closing in, 1 HP. Will it really be the difference maker?
Stick.
On planted for connector. Tania feeling the pressure. Doesn't know where they are. Doesn't know where they've gotten to. Tania, defuse being held. Heavy God puts a stop to it. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I don't know if the Lanxess has, and it's seen a lot. Year after year, in this arena, on this stage, and no game quite like this.
There is an old saying that comes to this event, and that is that you don't fluke Cologne.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think this series shows more than any why that's the case. This is two top squads in great form, laying it all out there for the world to see. And there is still no way of knowing who swans into those semi-finals with an albeit stressful but game of a lifetime behind them. We're into quadruple overtime. Throughout this whole thing, since we hit the OTs, it's been Team Spirit with the chances to close. G2 need to finally buck that trend. Donk feels like he's getting sharper the longer this goes on.
Yeah, it does.
Magic lies in wait. He's got Donk alongside him to defend this B site. Pulls on off, but does big damage. Now Donk catching them as they cross. Sets those apartments on fire with that spray. 3 kills deep in the round, and to think his job's not even done yet. G2 write this one off. They look for a save.
G2 have done such a good job across this map and this series of isolating Donk, of trading him out, of never letting him run away with multi-kills. For his standard, it's been far less than usual. He's been sitting at a 1 KD across this third map, but that breaks through, that cuts through. Triple kill for Donk. He is indeed getting sharper. G2 are getting sloppier. Spirit another step forward. G2 another save.
Just the level of focus, the amount of energy required to stay determined in a game like this. For Spirit, they feel so thankful that they've got Donk to fall back on. Just a guy who is the idol of individual firepower. Pius hit that. Magic's brought down low.
Triple B for Spirit. 4th man moves to the window. Shira has a nade. No break needed. Matters. Redding himself. Got a re-smoke available. Rest of G2 going back to an A hit again. To near blocks. Shira rotates. Spirit all in all good positions, and it's about to get better because they're re-clearing middle. They now know Manus is trapped alone behind his boxes. What are they doing? Daunting pulls nades. Magic's trades. And Spirit know this one's coming.
Tania dead right away. Shiro up next, needs to have a valiant hold, but he's caught out in the open. Hunter with a power surge right up through ramp. Ooh. Delivering a double for G2 when they needed it most. Donk dead at the door. And Magics can't win this one. Not like he was heading for the hills. Something's pulled him back. Gonna catch some Pius out in the open.
Ooh, relax. It's okay. He's saving. Or is he?
This is just crazy. He's still hanging around now. Magix hears them leaving. Magix hears them leaving. No.
No time. No time.
Hang around. They should be good to stop this. Wait, bomb's not planted for ramp. Hunter's going to close in. Tap on that adds the pressure. But it was nothing more than a little fake for Magix as soon as he hears those footsteps.
Yeah, we're getting cheeky now this deep. Magix reminds him he could if he wanted to, but nothing's getting past the keeper. Again, traded rounds. You just feel like if you get a little bit more from Heavy God this deep in the game, what a game you're going to have from G2. CT side who's getting absolutely isolated in his position. He's getting bullied by utility. T side could be the way back in. He's been the star of this squad, doing more with less in unenviable positions. But on the offense, back of the pack here as they go back for this B hit.
Magic's with the spot, but it comes pretty late. Mattis closing in quickly. Not able to stop him. Magic still gets his. They know about it, but not able to deal with this guy. And now reinforcements arrive. Shiro puts the squeeze on G2. And again, you're looking at a winning half in overtime for Team Spirit. What is Hunter even supposed to do here? Nade brings him down low. Trapped on the other side of this smoke in the apartments, and the moment he rears his head, there's so many players here to deal with him. That nade decides it. Team Spirit, 2 to the good. in quadruple OT.
2 rounds will do it here off of the T side as well. Sampaio's feeling like he's cooled off on the AWP. CD side gives him a chance to be in the right position again. He was hitting blind shots out ramp. He's holding strong on this A-bomb site. Donk is 1 shy of 40 kills. We are way over 40 rounds. In a game that will go down in history no matter who wins. And to think G2 could have ended this back on Dust.
It just takes so much out of you always being the team playing catch up, and that's been G2's reality from the moment we hit overtime. One of these games where they're always competitive, but they haven't been in the position to win it since all the way back in regulation, which feels like an eternity ago now. Be the heartbreaking thing about competition. You don't know when your last best time to win the match was. But what if it is already behind them? This has been an endless pursuit, an endless game of catch-up.
Oh, he made it.
They've got to go flawless in this OT if they want to close it.
Snare is here and Nert is none the wiser. Neither player getting the spot. They know Nert will be nearby. Donk smokes him off, keeps attention diverted. Tanir starts to move in. He's had good value from these backstabs, and again, caught with knife out. Nerd saves his teammate. Magic still spams him back. This A site is getting overwhelmed. Can Heavy God hold strong?
Close ramp side has a teammate here with him. That molly makes Heavy God very uncomfortable, and they don't overlook Hunter. They do their diligence, they clear everything. In a game like this, you can't afford to leave any stone unturned.
And this POV for Heavy God has just been a nightmare, right? The tracking of this util for Team Spirit across this entire 45-round game has just been destined for him. Every molly at his feet, every nade in his face, every trade. Spirit have not let Heavy God get going on Mirage. And now they sit there once again with another semi-final point. As Mattis can do nothing but sit back and let it happen. Ooh, no AK either. Is this it? Five hours of play. 3 maps, 4 overtimes on Mirage. And it all comes down to this.
Oh, Nerd's feeling a little jittery here as he tries to play through Con. There's a fast B hit. This is Spirit with a real pace change. They're looking to throw these timings through a loop, fake that mid control and then hit B. They're coming to Mattis, here alone. Sampaio able to get back on the line to help him, but blind at the hands of this util. Backstab connects, Donk running amok in G2's back line. There's the response. Pistol. They lose track of him, but only for a moment. Advantage teetering in favor of Spirit. Bomb now planted. It's do or die for G2. The tail end of a game this long, do you have it in you? They're always being asked to battle back against these overwhelming odds. Can they do it one more time? Zontix doesn't think so. Heavy God, the last domino to fall. And Spirit and those semi-finals are right there.
You dig deep. They dig deeper. Overtime after overtime, Spirit persevere. they could have lost this game in 2. They could have lost this game overtime after overtime, but Spirit show resilience.